Corey L. Burbach, Assistant City Manager, you are hereby directed to call a special session of the City Council to be held on Wednesday, April 15th, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. in the historic Federal Building for the purpose of receiving presentations on certain fiscal year 2027 department budgets.
Good evening and welcome to a special session of the Dubuque City Council for April 15th, 2026. As a reminder to our participants, you can provide in-person input or virtual audio and written input during tonight's public hearing. Input options during the live meeting include in-person attendees may approach the podium when the mayor asks if there is any public input for the public hearing. Remote attendees can log into GoToMeeting using the login links, phone number, and access code that appear on the broadcast and live stream and posted on the front page of the meeting agenda. This option includes audio input and written chat input. All comments, whether in-person or virtual, must be accompanied by name and address. Additionally, written public input is accepted by contacting the City Council directly from the city's webpage at www.cityofdubuque.org/council-contacts and through the city clerk's office email at ctyclerk@cityofdubuque.org. Tonight's attendance is as follows. Mayor Kavanaugh.
Here.
Council members Leindecker.
Here.
Resnick.
Here.
Roussel.
Here.
Sprank.
Here.
Staver.
Here.
Wethel.
Here.
And City Manager Van Milligan.
Here.
Mayor Kavanaugh, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, thank you very much, Corey. Okay, well, welcome, everyone. We have several presentations again tonight, so we are beginning with the Human Resources presentation, so I'll invite Shelley up to the podium.
And I understand is it on?
You mean-
I'm supposed to eat the mic, okay, that's
Yeah,
why I
right.
have to eat the mic, okay. All right. All right, well, good evening, Mayor and City Council members, all of our colleagues from the city and members of the public. I'm Shelley Stickford. I'm the Chief Human Resources Officer for the city and have been in that position for the past 6.5 years. And I very much appreciate the opportunity for the Human Resources team to stand before you this evening to share the kinds of work that the Human Resources Department has been engaged in over the past 12 months and as part of the FY2027 budget process. Human Resources is one of the city's primarily internally facing departments, as our services are provided in support of what I consider to be our most valuable capital, our human capital. Because the city's product, we don't make widgets, is providing a myriad of services to the residents of the great city of Dubuque. Much of what we do requires qualified, highly skilled humans to provide those services throughout the city. To that end, the Human Resources Department, our mission focuses on collaborative efforts and strategic partnerships, both internal and externally facing, to the city in order to recruit, develop, and retain a high-performing workforce, fostering a healthy, safe, and productive environment while maintaining the position of the city of Dubuque as an employer of choice. Carrying out that Human Resources Department mission and the city's related goals is an outstanding group of talented folks. You'll get to hear firsthand from each of them tonight about their efforts, their activities, and the tremendous difference that they make each day. This will be Kelly Larson's final budget presentation on behalf of the city. Kelly is our Learning and Development Manager. Kelly will be retiring at the end of the calendar year after serving many decades with the city. First as the Human Rights Director, and to our great pleasure, the past approximate 4 years in her Development and Learning Manager role within Human Resources. I want to thank Kelly for her immeasurable and substantial services to the city of Dubuque over these many years. While we still have her for 8.5 months or so, I know already how much she will be missed. Thank you, Kelly. Quick summary highlighting the themes of work and activities that HR staff have been engaged in this past fiscal year reveals HR staff internally now have assumed compensation and classification processes for jobs, position reviews, leveling, and market analysis as an ongoing but internal role that was begun by the external classification and compensation study done by an outside vendor. We're working on organizational culture work, such as ERGs, conflict resolution, and effective communication skills training. Our HRIS implementation, which will improve compliance tracking, safety and training documentation, along with workforce data integrity. OSHA required safety training rolled out organization-wide to ensure regulatory compliance and injury prevention and much more. And again, just a very high-level highlights. Other team members are going to go into much greater detail in future slides. Just highlighting two of our future initiatives. We have several. So just a quick highlight of our FY27 future initiatives include the rollout of the complete HR management system modules. There are 7 in all. And the structured job analysis and departmental organizational structure reviews, looking for efficiencies and the right people in the right positions to consistently carry out high-quality services and operations. This time, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Angie Kelly, who's going to walk you through the next slide.
Thank you, Shelley. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Angie Kelly, as she said, and I am the Administrative Support Professional for Human Resources. The FY 2027 requested property tax support is $361,767, with a net property tax support averaging $5.66 for homeowners' property tax for the Human Resources Department. I will now turn it over to Kelly Larson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Kelly Larson. I'm the Training and Development Manager. And I'm just going to highlight some of the work that I've done through this year and things that are coming up in the coming year as well. So Shelley mentioned that we had quite a bit of work around OSHA compliance. That was in conjunction with our finance department, risk management folks. And we have rolled out OSHA requirements throughout the organization. Primarily, a lot of those videos are done through our learning management system. So we had about 2,000 of those that were completed by employees across the organization this year. We also are working on our universal competencies and appraisal system. That's one of the things that we needed to do this year was review our competencies. So they're focused on the kinds of things that we expect all of our employees to be able to do: good communication, customer service, emotional intelligence, working together well on teams, those kinds of skills. And we looked at those this year, made some changes to them to better incorporate emotional intelligence skills, also to review them to make sure that we didn't have anything that was going to be a compliance problem with the changes around equity and inclusion laws in the state. And then related to that, we're updating our new employee and new supervisor classes as well to more closely align with the skill sets that are set forth in those competencies. As we roll out our human resource system this year, that's going to help us get some efficiencies there, because right now everything is on paper or Microsoft Forms. People are using a variety of things. So this will all be automated through our new HRIS system in the coming year. The mentoring and job shadowing programs are also continuing. We had about 7 mentor matches that are just completing for last year, which was our first year of the mentoring program. This year we're going to have 15 matches. We changed the program to a cohort model so that people will be learning from each other throughout the process. So in addition to meeting individually with one another as a mentor-mentee, they'll also have some group meetings throughout the year. We're going to have mentor training, mentee training, and we incorporated an emotional intelligence assessment as part of all of that. Our tuition assistance and reimbursement program continues. Thank you for the increased funding in that last year. We have about 12 people. The funding we have now allows us to have 10 to 12 people a year that can participate, depending on how many classes they're taking and the estimated expenses. And we do have 12 people this year. They have a variety of they're looking at a variety of different degrees: public administration, fire science, business administration, leadership development, communication management, social data science. So far this year, we've reimbursed about $22,000 in that program, and we expect about another 20. That gets us pretty close to our $50,000 budget for the year. We also have our Crucial Conversations training classes. Last year, you might remember, we rolled all of those out to supervisors. That's an 16-hour course that focuses on communication, specifically in situations where there might be conflict or difficult conversations, and how to engage in those conversations in ways that also maintain relationships, as well as solving problems. And so far, we've trained about 205 people. That would include supervisors, and we have about 45 scheduled for classes this spring yet. It'll take us a few years to get through all the rest of the employees in that program. And then we have our weekly webinar series and our Spirit Times newsletter, and those are both ways that we use to make sure that HR information is communicated out to the rest of the organization, so nice information sharing channels there. And that is everything that I have for you tonight, and so I'm going to turn it over to Talent Acquisition Manager Kristen Dietz.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Dietz, and I serve as the city's Talent Acquisition Manager. I appreciate the opportunity to walk through our workforce strategy and organizational planning efforts. Starting with organizational structure analysis, we are evaluating how positions, reporting relationships, and responsibilities are arranged to support safe, efficient service delivery and clear accountability. This includes reviewing team structures and span of control to ensure alignment with operational needs and best practices. As reflected on this slide, we have completed reviews in engineering and housing and community development, and we are currently working in public works and human resources. Sorry, thank you. It would help if I switched the slide over for you. We completed engineering and housing and community development, and we're currently working in public works and human resources with additional departments planned in future years. These reviews help ensure our organizational structures remain responsive to service demands and future goals. Next, job analysis is a key component of this work. This is the evaluation of a position's duties, responsibilities, required qualifications to support accurate classification, compensation, and staffing decisions. To date, we have completed 77 of these, including new positions and reevaluations of positions tied to organizational reviews. We are advancing succession planning, which focuses on identifying critical roles, assessing organizational risk, and preparing internal talent to step into future leadership positions. This is especially important as we plan for retirements and workforce transitions across departments. Finally, we are supporting position tiering and upward mobility. This creates clear pathways within the organization, helping us attract early career talent, retain high performers, and build internal expertise over time. Overall, this work ensures our workforce is structured, supported, and positioned to meet both current service demands and the city's long-term operational needs. I want to highlight Public Works Phase 1 organizational structure and job analysis. This issue was first brought forward by Public Works Director Ariel Swift. We are currently experiencing highly competitive labor market coupled with wage misalignment. As a result, we've seen vacancies, increased overtime, and added operational strain, particularly in the critical services such as snow removal, street maintenance, sewer, and fleet operations. The purpose of this phase is to directly address recruitment and retention challenges in the roles that impact the day-to-day service delivery and public safety. It also ensures we are maintaining appropriate crew staffing levels, supporting safe and efficient operations by preserving the right balance of maintenance workers, equipment operators, and lead positions in the field. As part of this process, I spent time on site at multiple public works locations to better understand operational needs and workforce challenges. This included attending the Public Works Rodeo, where employees compete with the equipment operation skills. And I will admit we had a few cone casualties during my turn, but this just reinforced how much skills and how essential these roles are. This, like I had mentioned, was a targeted approach that focused on just over 50 employees across 13 positions within Public Works, along with a small number of similar operational roles in Parks and Recreation and Airport. To support this effort, we established market adjustment supplemental pay, which became effective January 4th, 2026, and is reflected in the FY2027 budget. This is a focused compensation tool designed to address documented gaps between the city's current pay rates and the external labor market. Importantly, this is not a permanent change to base wages within the collective bargaining agreement. Instead, this approach allows the city to respond quickly to labor market pressures impacting recruitment and retention without reopening or amending base wage schedules. This enables us to target adjustments specifically where they are most needed, while maintaining flexibility to reassess or discontinue the adjustment as conditions change or are addressed through future bargaining. It also helps reduce long-term structural impacts on wage scales and future obligations while providing clear, transparent tracking through a defined pay component. While any compensation approach carries some level of risk, this strategy balances operational urgency, fiscal responsibility, and legal constraints while helping to stabilize the workforce, reduce overtime pressures, and maintain reliable service levels in critical functions. As part of our ongoing commitment to ensuring strong, steady leadership across the organization, city leaders and human resources have been actively managing several key director-level recruitments. This year, we supported searches for the Chief Information Officer, Parks and Recreation Director, Director of Strategic Partnerships, and the Housing and Community Development Director, and currently the Chief of Police and Human Rights Director. All of these efforts, our focus has been securing strong, mission-aligned leadership for our departments that play essential roles in delivering city services. These executive-level searches also reflect the broader workforce needs we're experiencing as retirements, organizational transitions, and evolving operational demands shape our recruitment landscape. From an operational standpoint, the city is currently operating at a 7.14% vacancy rate for regular full-time positions. Based on national benchmarking data, this falls well within the typical range for municipal organizations. For context, research from ICMA and the Center for State and Local Government Excellence indicates average vacancy rates of approximately 7 to 10% across local governments, while National League of Cities benchmarking suggests a healthy range of 3 to 7% depending on labor market conditions. This places the city's vacancy rate in line, and in some cases slightly better than the national averages. Importantly, this level of vacancy is generally considered sustainable as it allows for natural workforce transitions such as retirements and career movements without significantly impacting service delivery. Next, we'll get into some numbers here. So we're in a really good place with Parks and Recreation temporary hiring. We're on track to fill all positions, which is about 200 this season, and we've actually surpassed our pre-pandemic application numbers. One of the biggest improvements has been streamlining our hiring process, which has helped us move faster and secure candidates more effectively. For police recruitment, we've been working closely with police leadership to strengthen recruitment strategies and remove barriers in the hiring process. One key improvement has been implementing certified on-site testing to reduce delays to make the process more accessible. We've also made strategic staffing adjustments by transitioning 5 sworn positions into non-sworn roles through the creation of the Precision Policing Center. This allows our sworn officers to focus more directly on core public safety responsibilities. Overall, these efforts are helping us move into an efficient, accessible, and competitive hiring process. For fire recruitment, Chief Scheller has been very intentional aligning staffing with the demand and safety standards. In some cases, we have proactively overhired ahead of known retirements, which has positioned us to now operate at full capacity while maintaining strong service levels. Just for our overall application numbers that we receive, so we continue to see a strong upward trajectory in applications, reaching 4,780 in fiscal year 2025. This is the highest in 6 years. This expanding applicant pool strengthens our ability to identify and hire highly qualified candidates. Next, I will turn it over to my right hand and our employment specialist, Amanda Kopis.
Good evening. My name is Amanda Kopis, and I serve as the Human Resources Employment Specialist. My work focuses on ensuring hiring compliance, workplace safety, and risk mitigation across the organization. My role includes guiding candidates from conditional offer through their first day, ensuring all pre-employment requirements are fully completed and compliant before they begin work. I manage all pre-employment and safety screenings, including background checks, education verification, medical clearances, and regulatory checks. I also conduct annual safety and compliance reviews across all city departments, including motor vehicle checks and federal employment-related drug and alcohol violation checks. In addition, I verify employment eligibility and documentation to ensure compliance with federal laws and organizational policies. Throughout this process, I assess screening results against job requirements to identify any potential safety or policy concerns. When needed, I prepare confidential risk assessments and recommendations for the review committee to support informed, safety-focused decisions. So this next slide highlights the total number of candidates I processed in 2025. Each candidate completed the full process outlined in the previous slide, demonstrating both the volume of work and the need to consistently maintain compliance and safety standards across all hires. Overall, this work strengthens organizational accountability, supports a safe workforce, and helps reduce liability exposure for the city of Dubuque. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Shelley Stickford, Chief Human Resources Officer again. Or still. Sorry. I'm going to talk about our employee relations work. So employee relations is a specialized human resources function responsible for fostering a positive, productive work environment and culture by managing the relationship between managers and our employees. So some of the key responsibilities include policy development enforcement, including, for your reference, we've done 3 updates and revisions to the employee handbook so far just this fiscal year and worked on 5 collectively bargained for agreement amendments. We conduct the key responsibility includes internal investigations, fact-finding, and discovery, which ensures that we have a fair, objective, and confidential investigative processes. Employee engagement and communication, which cultivates a positive culture through employee feedback channels. Opportunities for open communication and recognition and belonging programs. We provide managerial support on advising managers and supervisors regarding how to handle performance issues, disciplinary actions, and difficult employee situations. Performance management and documentation is key to the employee relations role and provides oversight of consistent documentation for performance issues to mitigate our legal risks. We also work a great deal on conflict resolution and grievance procedure activities for all levels of employees, and we do the collective bargaining and union relations responsibilities. Employee relations activities, some of which are referenced in the slide and above, support the safety by proactively addressing workplace concerns, ensuring policy compliance, and preventing escalation of issues that could impact employee well-being or organizational integrity. Early intervention reduces workplace risk and strengthens a culture of safety and accountability while supporting workplace stability and experience retention. 2027 goals and priorities, a few of them include building trust by nurturing a culture of transparency, fairness, and trust between employees and leadership, reducing our risks, and improving our retention. We plan to achieve those goals through priority activities such as third-party and exit and stay interviews. We believe that we'll be able to incorporate those within the implementation of our HRIS, our management system, continuing retention and belonging efforts, an internal review of our occupational health services. Okay, that was not me. And we'll be conducting wage reopeners for the three contracts where wage reopeners become effective on fiscal year 28. So I'm going to focus a little bit on our employee resource groups here as part of our retention and belonging. So what are ERGs, or employee resource groups? The City of Dubuque has made a commitment to fostering, cultivating, and preserving a workplace culture where a variety of identities and backgrounds are consciously being valued and respected. Employee resource groups, sometimes known as affinity or business resource groups, are voluntary employee-led groups that promote a sense of belonging and offer employees a space to find one another, build communities, and contribute to personal and professional development. A shared space where employees can feel comfortable being themselves. There are currently 6 formed and functioning employee resource groups, and on the slide you can see some of the comments or quotes from persons who have participated in those groups. The 6 current ERGs are Administrative Allies, the Black Employee Network, Pride, the Spanish Club, Women Rising Together, and ADHD, which serves folks with neurodivergent identities. Now let me introduce you to Connie Palm, who's going to take the presentation from here.
Thank you, Shelley. Good evening. My name is Connie Palm, and I'm the Benefits and Compensation Manager. There were many activities that myself and Mackenzie Capacious, our payroll and benefits specialist, participated in this past year that are part of the mission statement that Shelley shared earlier, and we want to highlight 4 of them for you. First, we want to talk about the classification study implementation and how that work continues. Next, we want to talk about a couple enhancements to employee benefits. Then we're going to talk about the Return to Work program. That's part of our workers' compensation program. And then we're going to talk about our commitment to communications and employee benefits. So in FY27, there is about 2.64 million in wage increases across all employee groups, including police, fire, operating engineers, Teamsters Local 120, bus operators, and Local 120, and non-represented staff. These adjustments range from 3% to 5%, depending on the classification and the bargaining unit. To support this implementation, we initially partnered with Total Rewards Consulting to ensure that we were having a consistent and market-informed approach. As Kristen touched on earlier, we have moved this work within Human Resources, and we continue leading that implementation. That work continues in the form of ongoing position reviews, structured job analysis across departments, regular evaluations to ensure our classification and compensation stay aligned with market conditions and organizational needs. Overall, this reflects the structured, ongoing approach to maintaining competitiveness and internal equity across the organization. So in FY26, we had 2 employee benefits that were enhanced that we want to just share a little bit about. First, we had a Roth or post-tax contribution source added to our 457B retirement savings program. That was added in January of 2026. Now employees can choose to contribute to their retirement savings on either a pre-tax or Roth or post-tax basis. The additional Roth source was a welcome change for employees, and over 10% of our employees who participate in the 457 plan elected this new option in some form. Second, in response to employee feedback about the dental insurance and the value that the current plan provided to them, we added a second dental insurance option. Employees can now choose between the current plan or a high plan that offers higher value for an increased premium. During 2026 open enrollment, Mackenzie and I spent quite a bit of time with our partners, Cottingham and Butler, educating about both options, and employees, we feel, were able to choose the one that best worked for their families and for their needs. In the past several years, the city has made several enhancements to safety, and one area Human Resources has specifically supported is our maintaining a return to work program. This program allows employees to stay working when they experience a work-related injury, but that injury can be accommodated with some work restrictions. It helps the employee stay engaged with the city. It helps reduce lost time, and it lowers indemnity costs. The Return to Work program also helps drive down our experience modification, or our MOD factor, which impacts the cost of workers' compensation programs. Now I'm going to turn things over to Mackenzie.
Thanks, Connie. Good evening, all. As Connie mentioned, my name is Mackenzie Capacious, the Payroll and Benefits Specialist. In FY26, the city hosted its third annual Employee Appreciation Breakfast and Benefits Fair at the Grand River Center. Several of our benefit vendors participated, and it was a great opportunity for employees to learn more about the city's benefit offerings directly from the vendors. The vendors were impressed by the event itself and how many people stopped to ask questions. I have provided feedback on the screen that we received from Mission Square, RX Benefits, Delta Dental, and Wellmark. This year's Employee Appreciation Breakfast will be held on May 7th at the Grand River Center. We look forward to another successful event. Now I will be handing things off to Kristen Dietz, the Talent Acquisition Manager.
Kristen Dietz, Talent Acquisition Manager again. I get the exciting part of this presentation to talk about our FY27 recommended improvement level packages. We have 5 non-reoccurring improvement packages. The first is recruitment services for the city manager position, funded at $50,000. This will allow us to partner with professional recruitment experts to ensure comprehensive, fair, and competitive search process for this critical leadership role. Second, $2,463 has been approved for our employment specialist to attend the annual HRIS conference. This will support professional development and ensure our staff is trained to maximize the capabilities of the city's new human resource information system. Third, we have $1,150 that has been designated to support professional certifications for the talent acquisition manager and employment specialist. Investing in these national recognized credentials helps ensure our HR team remains current with industry best practices and continues to provide high-quality support across the organization. Fourth, we have a significant investment of $80,000 that will fund the digitization of city documents and employee personnel files through a third-party vendor. This project aligns directly with the rollout of our new human resources information system, ensuring that legacy paper files that are securely scanned and transitioned into modern, searchable digital environment. It will greatly improve efficiency, transparency, and record accessibility. And finally, $875 for City of Dubuque branded apparel. This allows our team to present a professional, consistent appearance at community events, recruitment functions, and internal engagement where visibility and representation matters. Collectively, these non-recurring improvement packages strengthen our recruitment, enhance operational efficiency, and modernize our record systems, and support the professional development of HR staff. We appreciate your support with these strategic one-time investments. Next, I wanted to touch base on our performance measures. We have 2 different categories. The first one is going to be more related to pre-employment, so our applicants. So we have time to fill, candidate net promoter score, which is how well our system is currently being utilized, and then the quality of hire. The quality of hire is related to whether or not an individual stays within the organization within a certain time frame. All of those performance measures we have met. The second area is more in relation to the employee engagement, and this is actually related to the annual survey. And in calendar year 2025, we did not issue an employee survey, so I'm not going to go into those. And with that, I want to thank you on behalf of the Human Resources Department, and we'll be available for any questions.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Shelley, Angie, Kelly, Kristen, Amanda, Connie, and Mackenzie for your presentation. I really appreciate it. I was writing it down as I went in order, so I made sure that I got everybody in order. But it is nice to hear from all of you, so thank you very much. We'll open up the public input first, so any public input on the Human Resources presentation?
Clark Slows, 2925 Burlington Street. I hadn't planned on coming up here, but there was something interesting in the presentation where Human Resources went to Public Works basically to find out what's going on. In my 26 years, as being county engineer, we never got that. I wish we would have gotten that. All I got to say to Human Resources, well done for getting to know the guys and what's going on. I could have used you 26 years ago.
Thank you, Clark, for your comments.
Good evening, Rob McDonald, 3399 Eagle Point Drive. I'll echo Clark's comments. I admire anybody who works in human resources because they deal with people at some of the best days of their life and some of their worst, depending on what's going on at work and what's going on at home. So I see that a lot in our company, and I admire the compassion and empathy that HR people bring to the table. Before I talk about the HR budget, I just want to comment. I spoke about the greenhouse the other night, and the comments at the end, I understand, Mr. Mayor, I was one of 60,000 people. Puts me in a unique category that talks about the greenhouse. And I'm pretty sure you probably got input after that from other people, hopefully, on the greenhouse, whether they're for it or against it and the expense involved. But I just think it's dismissive when a person gives public input that it's like, well, it's 1 of 60, so it's not an issue in my book. And that doesn't encourage public comment. And I think we should encourage any comments, because I think what I've heard since I've done that I brought awareness to the situation. How many people said, I didn't know we had a greenhouse? Okay, we all work together. So as far as HR, administrative overhead recharges. I bet you if I asked all 7 of you on the council to explain that to me, we'd all, and I'm no expert on them, it's complicated. So we'd probably have 7 different explanations, and if one of you has figured it all out, I'd love to talk to you someday. Something that stuck out to me with the HR budget, the administrative overhead recharges are increasing 13.8%, but the expenses for the whole department are dropping 4.6%. Also, the administrative overhead recharges are 78% of all expenses. Now that seems high. Looking at some of the other departments whose numbers are out, planning was 64%, communications 50%, finance 65%, but that also includes utility billing recharges, which is another thing I need to educate myself on. So my question is, and hopefully you'll have some discussion, does that mean 78% of HR's work is on the departments that comprise the enterprise funds, which would be water, sewer, storm, water resource recovery, parking, and the landfill? What I looked at, and you got to look through a lot of stuff to find the numbers, but I think the enterprise funds represent about 10% of the employees of the city, maybe 82 out of 795. So if you have some clarity on that, I'd appreciate it, because that 78% number, covering 78% of the expenses, seems a little high. As was discussed the other night, last week, I believe, is there a tie between the actual services used by each department? And I know our city manager said, hey, we can't bill like a law firm. I get it. But there has to be some solid tie to that number. And I think that's Iowa code. The administrative overhead recharge should be a direct tie to services provided by that department. So it should be a direct tie. If HR is providing services, there should be a tie-in to that amount. It appears there's a straight percentage used. Now, there was something uploaded last Thursday to the budget packet based on questions from the previous meeting on Tuesday, and it showed percentages of 16.67 for water, sewer, storm, and garbage, refuse, and then a smaller number for landfill and parking. And to add a little bit of mystique to the whole thing, that spreadsheet that was uploaded last Thursday had a total for HR of 1.361 million. And then in today's paperwork, it shows the administrative overhead recharge is 1.4 million. So it went up 2.8% since last week. So that adds other questions. Just another point of reference. So our administrative overhead recharges have been trending up year over year. So as rates go up in those enterprise funds, you know, some are going up 9%, most of them are going up 9%, and water's going up 3%. The amount of the administrative overhead recharge goes up as well. So as we raise rates, do those rates feed more into that AOR category that ends up supporting the departments? It seems to be that way. And you know, I would think we're raising rates because we've got work to do, because some of that infrastructure has massive shortcomings. You know, last night when it started to rain hard, thought about people on Kaufman and West Locust, and of course, you know, we know about the sewer system, and of course, no one knows about water lines until they blow. So just some questions on that. And the last thing I want to touch on, I read, we spend $25,000 to a third party to do exit interviews for the city. Seems like a lot of money. If we did one every day, there's typically 250 business days. That'd be one a day, which I don't think it's one a day. If it is, we got a lot of problems. But if it's one a day, that's $100 an exit interview. So my experience at our company is it's better if you can find somebody inside the organization to do the exit interview, somebody they know, somebody that, you know, not their direct superior, maybe not even the head of HR, but somebody who's got a knack for sitting down with people and having a conversation. So I would recommend that, because that could be not only savings, but I think it would drive a better process. And with our exit interviews, no matter what's in them, they get released all the way up the chain of command. So I see every single exit interview across all our companies, and I learn a lot. I learn a lot about the good things we're doing. I learn a lot about our wages, benefits, holidays, and I also learn some stuff that we need some work on. And sometimes it points out a manager that needs some work as well. So I would recommend that. If that was the case, those exit interviews would come all the way up through the city manager, and since you guys are his boss, you'd all see him too. I don't know if you want that level of detail, but it is useful. So, and that's, Mr. Mayor, something you're not going to hear from. That's 1 out of 60,000 is going to talk about exit interviews. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rob, for your comments. I see no other members of the public here, I think. Am I right about that? Yeah. Anybody virtually, Corey? Okay. All right, back to us then for any discussion. Mr. Resnick.
Just quickly, I was very impressed with everyone coming up and letting people know what folks do in that human resources department, and what a professional job, a complete professional job that you've been doing. I know that we appreciate the new scale that you brought us for payroll and benefits, because it's a competitive world, and it was a city council priority that we really treat our employees like they should be treated, like professionals, right? With a proper salary and a proper benefits, and a proper way to reply and to communicate with everyone in the group. So there's so many great things. I love the teamwork that you have and that you talk about and gather people together. I'm not surprised that people are interested in their benefits, and I know that I'm glad that we have that, and so many good things happening. The number for $50,000 for the city manager role, is that just a good guess? I mean, an estimate. I don't want to say I said the word guess once, and that was not correct. But is that where'd you get that estimate?
Yeah, absolutely. So Kristen Deeds, Talent Acquisition Manager. So that's pretty in line for the typical recruitments that we do at the executive level and the type of services that we end up utilizing them for. Typical, like a director level, is around 30,000. So because this is the top level of a city organization, it's going to be closer to 50,000.
Okay, and I know it's, there's a way, do we hire with that 50,000? We reach out and we do more than just the usual, correct? So what are some of the extra steps we take as part of this really important job search besides the usual job seekers?
Yeah, absolutely. So the information I'm going to share is on page 3 with our improvement package summary. So it's going to be the national advertising and proactive outreach, direct recruitment of the candidates, stakeholder and council input facilitation, candidate screening, vetting, and ranking, the reference and background checks, the semi-finalist and finalist interview coordination, the on-site interview facilitation, offer negotiation, and appointment support. So there's a lot of different levels, and we do only have 8 team members, and I'm the main one dedicated to recruitment. So this is just kind of exemplified and branches out to be able to hit all of the different branches that come into play with this type of recruitment.
So the budget is approved for July 1st. Does it start soon after that? Does it start in the fall, or when does this actually, I mean, I know we have a whole group and we'll talk about it a lot, but does it start right away, or when do we actually get serious about this?
I'm going to look over to city leadership for that.
I would say that would be a discussion that we would have with the mayor, and we'd work with your timeline.
I see.
And I can jump in and just mention, basically my plan for everybody is as soon as we're done with this budget process, we start that process. I wanted to give ourselves the time to be able to do these things, but I do plan to reach out to Shelley and Kristen and the team very, very soon to be able to start the discussion of what's the timeline, what are we going to do, how are we going to do it, and go through that process. So the discussion is forthcoming very soon.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Wethel.
Hi. So it was brought up in public comment regarding external versus internal exit interviews. And I'm not sure, when did we start doing external?
Shelley Stickford, Chief Human Resources Officer. We do not currently do or haven't retained a vendor to do our external exit interviews. So we do them still internally, but we have dollars in the budget so that if we elect to do that and can do that process and we can't do it through our HRIS system, we have a means to do it through an external vendor. But they're all currently done internally.
So I just want to share that when I started on council, one thing I really wanted to address was the future of fire and the turnover in our police department, and to get to full staffing and recruitment. And one question I had is, how are we going to get to the bottom of why people leave if we have them report it to their internal administrative team? And so, go ahead. What were you going to say?
The exit interviews are done by human resources staff.
Right, but I think sometimes there is hesitancy, and in fact, external exit interviews conducted by third parties offer higher honesty and up to 40% higher response rates than internal interviews, the Work Institute. So I think that the answer is I actually requested it because I wanted to get to the bottom of what's going on. And I think in an organization of our size, the turnover level that we experience, actually $25,000, I getcha, it's a lot of money. But the cost of one employee turnover on the police department, it's huge for our public safety. And so I'll take that one. I asked about it, and I'm glad it's getting done. When I read through it, I thought, I need to ask this because I didn't think that we had gotten to the point yet that we were going to budget for it. So I'm going to say thank you because I really am looking forward to those interviews moving forward as an organization.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Russell.
Thank you. I appreciate all the work that's done by Human Resources, and I think it's a good time to have a reminder that these budget hearings are about more than numbers. They're a showcase of the work that you've done to attract and retain and develop the wonderful employees that serve our residents. So at these budget hearings, we get to see and talk to all the department heads and staff such as yourselves, and they're passionate experts dealing with each department on a day-to-day basis. And these hearings allow us to see what was done with last year's tax dollars, the proposals for what's coming, that are going to be necessary for safety, efficiency, and infrastructure, and making this community a place that we want to call home and where businesses want to build and expand. So I think that the proof of the work that you're doing is in these budget hearings and the great people that come to us night after night to show us what they're doing with our tax dollars and the efficiencies they're seeking to gain, and allowing us to ask them face-to-face the questions about the work they do every day. So thank you for getting us great people to serve our community. Thanks.
One more.
Let's see who else, goes around, then I'll come back to you.
All right.
Yeah, Mr. Landick.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Couple questions. On improvement package number 4, the digitization of the documents, is there ongoing annual expenses related to that for licensing or document retention that we'll see?
Yeah, Kristen Dietz, Talent Acquisition Manager. So at this time, this is just to assist with the actual digitization and not the ongoing. So we're going through with the Human Resources Information System. All of our e-file or our personnel files right now, prior to Shelley, so that's prior to October of 2019, has been paper files. So we have a ton of paper files in our different offices and downstairs within City Hall. So this is a matter of getting a company or multiple individuals to be able to scan in those documents so we can access those digitally. So it's not for ongoing, because we'll actually have a system that would manage that. It's for the initial portion of it.
Is that the HRIS system, or is that going to be a separate system?
So this would be a separate company that would come in to be able to do that and maintain confidentiality to put it into the HRIS, which we're beginning the implementation of now.
Okay, and so we don't know what that is going to cost yet? Or we haven't identified the company that's going to do that?
We have not identified the company, but we did reach out for some quotes, and I did it in collaboration with our information technology department for that number.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yep.
In terms of improvement package number 5, I saw this was not recommended, which was a part-time employee to help with the digitization. Do we utilize, and I take it we do, but do we utilize interns? I think about, our wonderful colleges and universities we have in Dubuque, and there's a lot of talent in those entities, in education facilities. And was that considered for this role potentially?
Yeah, absolutely. So the level that I ended up doing it at is an office assistant for the wage. Interns were considered at one point, but we have to have a high level of confidentiality and individual discretion with the type of paperwork that we're dealing with. So that's why in terms of compensation classification, it was at the level that's actually slightly higher than an intern, but that was considered in our potential options.
Okay, I thought that might be your answer.
Yeah.
Confidentiality, thanks. Just a item that I've noticed in multiple budgets so far, and I think from a consistency standpoint, this is not trying to pick on you by any means, but I think from a consistency standpoint, on page 9 of the budget, there's smartphones and cases for 2,000. In many of the other, I think all the other budgets I saw, there was an actual number of phones in there. So that might be just something to point out and be helpful, just again for consistency. I know I asked this question during my orientation process, but curious, have we made any progress on implementing a whistleblower program?
We haven't moved forward with it. We do understand that we do need to have a compliance reporting mechanism, and if it isn't something that's available to us through HRIS, we'll need to do some more research on that and bring something forward.
So it might be something in HRIS that we can utilize?
It's possible. We're just begun the implementation of the modules, so I don't want to say definitively that we will, but it was part of our discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
As it relates to the recruiting process for the city manager, and this might be in another budget that we're going to see later on in the process, but what I'm thinking about is a potential relocation package for that individual if they do not live inside, obviously, the city currently. Would that be in here, or would that be in a later presentation?
Yeah, so I'm going to take a stab at it, Kristen Dietz, Talent Acquisition Manager. So that's something that we actually do for executive level director positions currently. For example, we hired Matt Kalsevich and things of that nature, but that's done within our current budget that we utilize. And if city leadership wanted to add anything additional to that. Accurate.
Okay.
Also, Jenny Larson said that there's 5 phones. That was just an oversight. So on that page, there should be 5 phones and smart cases that'll be replaced.
Great, thank you. As it relates to Mr. McDonald's questions, a couple of things that he brought up. The 78% recharge from the enterprise fund and that going up, can there be some clarity on that, of how that flows maybe, so everyone has a little better understanding on that?
Sure. So we have an administrative overhead charge, and so it's based on the principle that we have the general fund, which is funded mainly by property taxes, and then we have what are called the enterprise funds. So the water department, sanitary sewer department, the stormwater department, the refuse department, and they all operate independently from a financial perspective. In other words, the fees that the residents pay on their monthly bill funds all those enterprise funds. The property taxes do not subsidize them. And so the principle is that all those funds, all those enterprise funds operations, they use services of the city. So they use the services of the Human Resources Department. They use the services of the Finance Department. They use the services of the city manager's office. They use the services of the city attorney's office. And so if we didn't charge the enterprise funds a fee to use them, then the property tax system would be subsidizing the enterprise funds. And so there's certainly different ways to calculate what that share should be. We do it on an even basis across every department. And somebody, you could say, well, don't do it that way, do it by the number of employees. Or you could say, don't do it that way, do it by the size of their payroll. Or you could say, don't do it that way, do it by the size of their total budget. So there's lots of different ways that it could be done. The one we chose is an even split across all the funds. So the question about do they use 78%? So my answer would be some years they use more and some years they use less. And I doubt if there's any year they use exactly that amount. But back to an earlier council meeting when I made the comment about we don't track the time like a law firm, so we think it would be an administrative nightmare and add tremendous amount of cost to all of our different departments if we had to tell them, okay, every time you use a human resources service, you have to track it. Every time you use the city attorney's office, you have to track it. And so we don't do it that way. I don't know of any city that does, quite frankly. But every community chooses a different method. This is the method we chose. So, you know, in the future, we could choose a different method if the council said, well, no, it should be a different method.
So is it fair to say that if we wanted to see what the increases or decreases on the recharge, we would need to look at those individual department budgets for sewer, stormwater, refuse, legal,
Right.
so on and so forth? Okay.
Right. And it's documented how much their administrative overhead charge is.
Okay, thank you. Final question is on, going back to the exit interviews, whether, I understand today they're done internally, what do we do with that data? Who sees it and what type of kind of actions have we taken, maybe? Not to get into specifics, but.
Well, thank you. Shelley Stickford, Chief Human Resources Officer. So I aggregate the data and I report it up through the city manager.
Okay.
Sometimes we take specific action depending upon the information or patterns that we are unveiled.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. David, nothing? Mr. Reddick.
All right, so about the recharges, when Mr. Van Milligan said we chose this certain method, that is the council directed. So that's council weighed on that. So there are many methods. I remember when we chose that, and it was also, there have been different numbers and different percentages because it was sequenced in, it was, gently guided in to where we were going to load and get those. I also work for the landfill committee as well as Councilperson Wethel right now. So, I mean, we deal with that, and it is priced in, and it is very important. These city services are very important. I remember a few years ago, when we considered, one of the board members said, well, maybe we should not use the City of Dubuque services. We should maybe go out and get some other legal department to look at our issues. And it turned into be, it was going to be wildly expensive and competitive, and that board member changed their point of view after we had gone through the process. But I'm glad that we have top-notch services for our enterprise fund at the landfill. All right, but here, back to my question. So I know you measure a lot of things. You had, I forget who was speaking, but this person measured compliance, skills, verifications, et cetera. You knew a lot about our employees. So when I first got on the council, we had 700 employees, and now it's 800. And I think I've challenged just about every one of them. And it always seems that, just like last meeting, I challenged the parks folks about, is it one rather than two, and Mr. Faisal said, you know what, we've got increased the amount of work a ton, and it's really important that we right-size these positions and jobs, and it makes sense. They've all made sense. My question to you is, one of the things that you judge or you view are, do you know how busy these different employees are? Because coming in here, it feels like they're given 110%. We're supposed to have a professional wage, professional benefits. I think we have that. But it still seems that they're super busy, serving the citizens, all of the residents of Dubuque. Do you, in all the things that you look at, do you notice, or are you supposed to talk about how busy that job is or that employee is? Is that part of what you do?
Yeah, so it is part of the conversations that we do have. So I'm going to use Public Works, for example, extremely busy. Ultimately, whenever we go to classify a position or we provide a compensation associated with it, we don't rate the volume that a position has. The volume has to do with the number of staffing. And whenever we get to the high volume kind of workload that they have, that's whenever we have to start looking at improvement level packages and our structures to see what additional positions that we need. So in that instance, depending on what it is, we would have to do a part-time position, an intern, look at the actual duties and responsibilities that they're doing, if it can be reallocated to another position within the department, and look at all of our potential options with it. But that's typically whenever I work a little bit closer with each department to figure out those potential improvement level packages and what is needed for the organization.
So, did I get this right? So when the city manager contemplates hiring a new employee, he often uses your recommendation?
That is one of the factors, yes.
I just learned something new.
Yeah.
Okay, so, well, I think that's a very valuable thing, that we have our departments working, and it's such an important thing that we right-size, these departments so we can get the maximum benefit for our residents without, overspending. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mm-hmm. So, a couple of good notes that I saw in the presentation. The increase in applications was an impressive number. That was really good to see. And it sounds like we have a healthy vacancy rate, is what I'm understanding from what you described there. The increase in police applications, I think, was my favorite thing to see, and given all the conversations that we've had about that. That's great news. That's actually the first time I'd seen that in this presentation, so it's really great news. I do have a couple of questions here. So I want to go back to the exit interviews thing, because one of the things that I noticed that there were only 8, is that what it said? There's only 8 exit, why were there only 8 exit interviews. I was just curious. We had more than 8 people leave our workforce, right? I mean,
Shelley Stickford, Chief Human Resources Officer. Yes, we do not require that persons participate in an exit interview. So we've had 8 who were willing to have those conversations with us.
I see. Okay, so the employees choose it on their way out. If they choose to do that, they can have that
Yeah,
conversation.
I mean, the reality is we wouldn't be able to force them to do that even if we hired a third-party vendor, right?
Sure, of course. Yeah.
And frankly, sorry.
Please.
Most of the time, those who participate have a lot to share.
Sure. And then you said that information does go to Mike to be able, as the city manager.
Yes, in the aggregate. So we look for patterns and trends.
Yep. Okay. Do you make adjustments based on those trends?
Yes.
Okay.
And interventions and provide resources. Again, it depends on what we're hearing.
Sure. So my next question has to do with this, I think. I noticed, and you kind of said it quickly because it was at the end, but the no employee surveys in 2025. Can you talk a little bit more about that? I saw the asterisk there. You were working on specific things, but I'd like to learn a little bit more about what that was.
Corey, do you mind responding to that?
Absolutely. Corey Burbach, Assistant City Manager. So we have done an employee survey since 2018 annually. It allows us to collect information about employee satisfaction and ensure that they have access to the resources that they need to do their job well. We have been looking at that survey in the past year as part of the bigger bucket of organizational development work that Shelley talked about. And the reason we did that is we wanted to make sure that we were collecting the right data points to measure the things that we were talking about. And so we have looked at making some tweaks to the survey to make sure that we collect the right data and that it is actionable at a team level. So when we collect information for 800 employees, that gives us a data point. But if we want to make changes in team culture or in employee satisfaction, quite often we're looking at what's happening in the public works department or what's happening in the city or with a particular level of employees. So right now we're working to align that survey to check the data with our values, and we'll do it again this year.
I see. So there is going to be one this year.
Yes.
So taking that year off has allowed you to be able to do that.
Yes, and I would say that what we've worked with HR to do is make sure that since we weren't doing that survey this year, we were collecting data in other ways. For instance, having department managers ask some of the questions during annual appraisals, asking those questions of our employee resource group, so really targeting who we asked, or collect it in different both quantitative and qualitative ways, not just taking a year completely off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's very informative. I do think it's an incredibly important tool that we have to be able to make sure that we know what people are thinking on a regular basis. And I know you agree because we've had a lot of these discussions in here. We've talked a lot about the culture within the organization, the city as an organization. We've talked a lot about, and I even heard it tonight, making sure that communication is working between director level and everybody else that directors overseeing. I think all those things are incredibly important, and I'm glad that we focus so much on it. There was a time a couple years ago where we were incredibly focused on this, actually was a part of our goals and priorities too, just to make sure that we were, I remember the conversations clearly about making sure that we built that strong foundation across all the employees that choose to work for the city of Dubuque, and I'm glad that we're continuing to do that. It's work that never ends, and I hope that everybody recognizes that. Like, it just never, ever ends. You're always gonna have to try and be better and make that culture fit what the time is right now. Work has changed, I think, dramatically over time. I think, certain things are needed that weren't needed before. We're gonna hear from one of those departments tonight. Didn't exactly need an IT department in real, complicated quality in 1979, for example, but we need it now. So we need to make sure that we're doing those things. Final thing I'll say is, I appreciate the recognition of the competitive market that we have and what we need to think about with that for our particular employees. But it is a uniquely challenging time to be in public service, I would say. It just is. I don't think I've talked to anybody in government who works as a public servant, because that's what you are. You work as a public servant. I haven't talked to anybody who's like, oh no, everything's just totally fine. It's a super easy time to be in public service. It's just not. But it's also a difficult time to just be in the workforce right now, honestly. I mean, you talk to just about anybody and everybody's feeling a little uneasy about things. And I think that's an important thing to just recognize that it impacts us too. But it does impact public servants differently. I think it's just a unique situation that everyone that works for the city of Dubuque is in. And I try to remind everybody that, the people who work for the city of Dubuque are your neighbors. They're your family. They're people just like you who do these things. And I think it's important that we remember that because they're those people, but the things we do are more wide open than any other company. No other company divulges as much information as what a government has to divulge. So I think that it is a unique position, and I recognize that. I think we all should recognize it. But I see some really good numbers in here. I see some good things that we're starting to see. So I appreciate that very much. Yeah. All right. Any last comments before we move on? All right. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for the presentation. We learned some good things there. Next up is IT, the aforementioned IT department. We'll switch things over. Water time.
Oh, here. You got it?
Go ahead, we're ready for you, so please.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, hello. I am Joe Pregler, the Chief Information Officer for the City of Dubuque in the Information Technology Department. And I will be presenting to you the fiscal year 2027 budget presentation for information technology. This is the Information Technology Department mission statement. We are committed to enhancing and supporting high-performance government through the effective application of technology, resilient and reliable infrastructure, and demonstration of quality of services to our users. In short, we make sure all employees have the technology tools they need to be able to serve the citizens to the best of their ability. We have 4 brand new employees that have joined our department in the last year. Abby Gordon, our help desk technician, Timothy Krieger, our Chief Information Security Officer, Landon Smith, one of our interns, and Snea Podell, our other IT intern. We also have 4 existing employees that have joined our department through consolidation. Ann Schreier is our administrative support professional who also supports human rights and emergency communications. Nikki Rosemeyer is a GIS coordinator analyst, and Jacob Ironside is a GIS specialist, and Braden Daniels is our data analyst. These 4 are now under the Information Technology Department. This is the current Information Technology organization chart showing a total of 17.25 full-time equivalents. We currently have 1 vacancy, which is a GIS technician intern that is typically filled during the summer months. Here are some of our fiscal year 2026 highlights. We were very heavily involved in the new 911 center move this past fiscal year, with several IT employees playing a very crucial role in the build, design, and move to the new location to make that project what we feel was a huge success and collaboration with the county. Secondly, we're currently replacing all of the wireless equipment throughout locations, which should improve speed and reliability considerably. IT staff were also involved in the rollout of our enterprise resource planning software for employee access, which allows employees to electronically view their payroll profile, tax information, past pay stubs, and expense reports. In addition, we were also able to roll out Microsoft Copilot to 100 employees this year, seeing immediate benefits and frequent use. Braden Daniels will be showing some of those statistics in a few slides here. I'm also the co-chair of an internal Copilot task force team that meets regularly, and we also have a Copilot power users group that meets to share different tips and tricks with each other that we've learned. I've also created an artificial intelligence appropriate use policy that was adopted. We continue to be an integral part of the public safety software build and implementation that is currently in process right now. Myself and a few staff have been actually meeting as well with every department manager in the city to get an idea of projects coming up in the next year and what my department is doing well for them and what they aren't doing well for them. I just wanted to do this so we basically best can serve our users in the best way possible. In addition, we have implemented more targeted cybersecurity training and additional policy review, which Tim will go through shortly. And as Darren and Chris had mentioned previously on a night, IT has been heavily involved in the network connectivity of remote locations for both the WRRC and water. We have many future projects and initiatives coming up. As mentioned, we're heavily involved in the Human Resources Information System software implementation that will continue throughout the next fiscal year. We will continue to work on the public safety software for its scheduled go live late in the fall. We are continuing to do usage, efficiency, and cost audits on software this year, including those that are listed here. And we want to make sure we have the correct number of users for our software as well as utilizing them in the most efficient way possible. We are going to continue to deploy asset inventory for all IT assets at the city, and we do this so we can track all of our equipment for inventory purposes. And another initiative we have listed here is the increased AI adoption. We plan on continuing to educate users on the benefits of AI tools to make them more efficient, providing training on those tools on a monthly basis, continuing to expand our user groups, and we always look at what AI features have been added into existing software and any new software we may purchase. And also later in the year, as Kristen had mentioned, we'll be starting to review our IT department restructure with HR. The fiscal year 2027 requested property tax support for the Information Technology Department is slightly over $2.1 million, and the average cost to a homeowner is $33.43. I will now turn the presentation over to Chief Information Security Officer Timothy Krieger.
Thank you, Joe. Good evening, Mayor and Honorable Council. I am Timothy Krieger, the City of Dubuque's Chief Information Security Officer. I'm proud to present to you tonight about cybersecurity within the City of Dubuque and our initiatives. While I've only been with the city for 5 months, it feels like time flies fast, and there's certainly a lot of things happening. The Internet Crime Center by the FBI reports in 2025 that there has been a 26% year-over-year increase in cybercrime as a whole. That includes ransomware, fraud, business email compromise, and all sorts of other cybercrime categories. The average loss complaint per category ranges in a whole as $20,000 and $699, with a total loss, grand total in 2025 of $20.8 billion. Why is this, you may ask? Cyber criminals are getting smarter, using artificial intelligence for better attacks, and then global tensions are exciting nation-state actors and activist groups that are activated around these times. So with the playing field changing every day, it's important that we are continuing our priorities of going back to our basic cyber hygiene, as recommended by our national providers, and those being included multi-factor, our patching and updating process, backup and retention, and disaster recoveryness, and endpoint configuration. Do not despair, though. We're not alone in these fights. We have a number of partners that we do get information intelligence from, some of them being listed on the screen, such as our Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, DHS, the FBI, the TSA, the EPA, from our federal partners. We have our state partners as the ICIN, that's a county information sharing network, and our state chief information office as well. And then our multi-state partners, such as the CIS Internet Security Center and MSISAC. These partners provide critical intelligence that we can use to block attempts before they happen and stay ahead. With a continued basis approach to improving our cyber intelligence and cyber hygiene as a city, we're looking at our policies, procedures, and controls to make sure that they remain current and reflect industry standards and frameworks for success. And when we see a process, policy, or risk, we're addressing them by impact to be sure that we're getting the most out of our invested time. Cybersecurity strategy is always best when we build defense in layers. There is no single tool, policy, person that can stop 100% of attacks. Tools are only band-aids to stopgap issues. However, tools also become ineffective over time and need constant review. It's when we get our people, processes, and technology all working in unison, we can enact a true defense. A layered defense reduces an attacker's speed and gives us more time to respond. Additional layered defenses make the best use of our resources while reducing risk where everyone plays a role in security. So now I get to talk about some of our future goals and initiatives. Certainly, we're strengthening our federal, state, and local partnerships, with one of those being pursuing the state and local cybersecurity grant program. Currently, I was last told that it is on a pause until DHS gets funded. But these are an average value of $11,500 in pass-through services to the city. With that being first, a critical IT asset inventory, seeing what we have out there and what's vulnerable. Oftentimes, it's a growing, ever-changing landscape. Departments are implementing different softwares, and there's certain risks associated with that. The second would be a baseline cybersecurity hygiene assessment, which is a critical tool in establishing where we are compared to our peers. And lastly, the last project would be conducting a risk assessment, conducting a tabletop exercise with our city leadership on disaster preparedness and how they would respond in critical situation. We're also continuing our policy and practice review, taking it department to department to make sure that they are matching current trends in the industry. Increasing our visibility on our IT environment by adding open source tools that are free as well as secure. Continuing our cybersecurity trainings and really narrowing in on our departments, with finance in particular coming up after our budget process. In terms of social engineering and contracts, they get a lot of phishing emails. Reducing our risk and exposure across all departments when we see it. And lastly, if approved, the network security risk assessment and our capital improvement request. Ooh, my bad. You'd think I'd know how to use this better. With that, I'm proud to pass it over to Braden Daniels, our data analyst. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I'm Braden Daniels, data analyst. I'm here to talk about data governance, how we're building out our data capacity, and what that means for our AI rollout. So just some background on our data governance initiatives that are in progress and coming up. It's really been guided by the Results for America What Works City certification, which we're working towards. Some of the initiatives within that include building out an open data hub, developing a data inventory, establishing data classification standards, among other different criteria all rolled into that certification. We also launched what we call Data Rockstar shoutouts, highlighting staff who are making data-driven decisions or who are enabling data-driven decision-making across the organization. And we provide ongoing training and education on different data tools and best practices in general. All that also lays the foundation for not just our current large language model AI, which is our Copilot is our go-to tool for that, but also future artificial intelligence applications of a much wider variety. So with that AI rollout that Joe mentioned, we started that last July, got licenses doled out in those first couple months. We really went live with trainings heavily in September and October, and you saw a big peak in our total interactions during that time. We did have a little bit of a dip after those, as well. We also got into the holiday season as well. But every month since December, we've seen an 11.3% average monthly increase in our total Copilot interactions. With that, I will pass it back to Nikki Rosemeyer.
All right, good evening, everyone. I'm Nikki Rosemeyer, and I'm the city's GIS coordinator. Tonight, I'm going to talk about a few of the GIS projects and initiatives. The GIS office is an office of 2 people, and we support all departments with their mapping, data, and analytical needs. Tonight, I'm going to touch on just a few of the projects we're working on. The first project I'll talk about is our tree inventory. It's something we've talked about wanting for a long time. We've had numerous tree layers in GIS, but they all had different and inconsistent information, so we decided to clean them up. Staff are currently mapping trees on city property and in public right-of-way areas to not only know what we have and where, but also to know what kind of health we have for our trees, the diversity of species, that type of thing. It's also helping out with the Branching Out Dubuque initiative. Although the project will be forever ongoing with new trees being planted and old or ill trees being removed, we're going to have a great idea of our species diversity and the health of the overall tree canopy in the city. Another GIS project we've been working on in different capacities for years is the city's tipper cart project. We started off by mapping cart locations in alleys and transitioned to handling cart requests and managing inventory using GIS and Survey123 when the program went citywide. With carts coming in and out of all day, every day, Public Works decided it was time to do a field audit. Using GIS, field crews inspected each address for its cart size. In the meantime, GIS staff mapped out utility billing information for each address, tying the information to the location on the map. The information was overlaid on top of the field crew's work, and comparisons were able to be made. Most of the community is being charged the correct amount for their tipper cart, but others are not. Staff are currently working on making sure cart sizes match what's being charged by utility billing. And if you're curious to know, I did some counting before I came here today. About 2,100 residents or customers are not being charged the correct amount for their utility cart, so they might be paying too much or too little, depending on what kind of cart they have. And if everybody were to pay exactly what they have today for their cart, that would equal about $160,000 per year in revenue for the utility billing department. The final project I'm going to talk about tonight is one that we supported last year. We're in the process of building an MS4 application for field inspections. Last year's project worked, but not in the way staff were hoping. We looked at the possibility of hiring a consultant to do this work again. By doing the work in-house and not hiring it out, we're not saving time, but we are saving over $30,000 in consultant fees. I ran a quick report a few weeks ago showing who is using our online GIS services. Without going into a lot of detail, there's basically two ways that people can access GIS. They can access it through their desktop computer or through the web. We have just over 350 users registered for our web-based data, and even more with desktop available to them. This is a week's worth of logins. As you can see, engineering, water, public works, and planning were more than half of the logged-in users. What I want to call your attention to is the number of contractors and partnering agencies that are accessing our data. The number of contractors isn't fully accurate. We have one login that's kind of a general login for all those users, so that number is a little bit low. The majority of contractors and consultants are using online GIS data in their own GIS maps on their desktops or in web applications. And most of those contractors are really interested in our utility information and locations. GIS offers support to a lot of different projects, and here are just a few of those. You don't hear about it a lot, but GIS touches just about everything in the organization. It's a lot more than just mapping, although you have seen and will see a lot of maps in all these budget presentations. Legacy systems are consuming GIS services for things like address data. We're using Survey123 to engage the public for information related to things like Dubuque Shovel Crew, Adopt a Spot, cart and collection requests, tree requests, and many others. Web applications like the one where the lead service lines are located keep the public informed. Dashboards are keeping decision makers informed on data and activities. GIS is an organization-critical application. Really quickly, here are the GIS performance measures. The first one on the list should actually be probably like measuring as opposed to Google Map because it's brand new. We do a lot with data and we do it really well, but we're not as good at metadata or data about the data. I can tell you exactly where the data came from and how often it's updated, but that's not going to help you find it. We have hundreds of layers in our GIS database. My goal for the office this year is to work on data accuracy and completeness, including metadata. We'll be especially targeting that data which is public-facing so that users, including AI, can find GIS information about Dubuque that they're looking for. You'll also see a proposed drop in the total number of applications in GIS, and that's because we have a lot of duplication. So I'm just basically hoping to go through and clean up our online organization and make it easier to find things. And this has been a goal of mine for a few years, so you might have heard it before. We have all sorts of future initiatives in the next year for GIS, and these are just a few of those. I've already touched on a few of them. I'll be working with a consultant to upgrade servers in our database. We're hoping to split some of our data out into their own areas, and so we can keep our services up and running. For example, putting things for Public Works, Engineering, and Water on one server and kind of keeping everything else on another server. And we're constantly trying to find ways for departments to modernize their existing GIS solutions or incorporate some new ones to make their activities more efficient. And with that, I will turn it back over to Joe to finish up our department's presentation. Thanks for your time.
We have one recommended recurring improvement request for IT service management software, and that software will bring together several pieces that we currently use, just to highlight a few: asset management, patch management, software deployment, and our ticketing system. And I believe once we get this fully implemented, we will actually be able to eliminate some other software to offset the cost, but because there's some overlap between year to year and we have to do the conversion and the install of that, we won't see those savings for another year yet. We have 13 non-reoccurring packages. I was just going to mention or highlight two of them here instead of going through all of them. One of them is number 9 here, which is adding the enclosure for the City Hall third floor network switch area that's currently in the engineering offices, and it's just kind of in a wide open office area, and we've always wanted to secure that just in case nobody would bump anything, so that's in there. And then the other one would be number 11, the additional asset management equipment, and that also includes actually some additional spare desktop computers and laptops, so if somebody's computer is inoperable or needs to be fixed or whatnot, typically we would take that and bring that back to our office, and then they would be without a machine, whereas if we had some spare machines, we would be able to give them one of those so they could keep working without any downtime at all. So we have 3 capital improvement projects that have been recommended. The citywide computer and printer replacement, our network security risk assessment, and replacement of some of the oldest network switches in our network. The Information Technology Department plays a very crucial role in the area of public safety. We take care of the cell phones that are on the FirstNet Communications Priority Network. We support all of the public safety applications, network, and devices. We also support the Emergency Operations Center and its technology. We have implemented resilient systems across the network and the city. We also support a lot of the emergency management tools, such as the mobile in-car computers, the EMS cardiac monitors, and all the body cameras. And as Tim mentioned, we also safeguard our data and protect our critical systems from cyber threats. These are the information technology performance measures. A few I wanted to point out are the positive user satisfaction rating for the help desk tickets that we attend to, which we continue to make progress on resolving quickly and correctly, and user security phishing testing, which continues to make improvements while training users at the same time for what to spot in fake emails that come in. And that is all we have for tonight. I'd like to thank the mayor and city council for its support, the city manager and his staff, especially along with the finance and budget staff. And lastly, I would like to thank all the IT staff who I personally think are collectively the best IT staff around. So I'd welcome any questions you have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Joe, Timothy, Braden, and Nikki for your presentation. We'll go to public input first. Do we have any public input on the IT department budget tonight?
Rob McDonald, 3399 Eagle Point Drive. Just quick follow-up to the discussion on the HR administrative overhead recharges. So we understand that the enterprise funds cover 78% of the expenses of HR, which means they spend 78% of their time. I know there's no perfect formula, but that is so out of whack. So basically, you're saying 22% of the other time they spend is on 90% of the other people, because there's only 10% roughly in the enterprise funds. There's got to be a better way, because it's like throwing a dart at a board, but it's really, really high. It's really high. So, sorry Mike wasn't here to hear that, but sure Corey will pass that along. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob, for your comments. Seeing no others here. Anybody virtually, Corey? All right, thank you much. All right, back to us then for any discussion. Yeah, Ms. Russell.
Thanks. I have two questions. One, I was concerned when you talked about the discrepancy between the tipper carts and what people are paying. I was wondering when we might address that, and would the billing be retroactive, and does the budget reflect what we have now or what it's supposed to be?
That's a great question, and I don't know the answers to those questions. I would assume, the Public Works Department is going to be going through and kind of right-sizing everything. So, identifying who's not paying the right amount for each cart right now, probably saying, hey, you're paying for a 35, do you want a 35 or whatever. So, like I said, I can't answer that question directly because I'm not directly involved with it, but GIS was the way that they were able to figure out what those things were.
Okay, I
would answer that question with one word: expeditiously.
Okay, good. I was going to say, there's some urgency there to make that correction. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, please.
If I could just have one point of order, so the public should be very aware of this. I appreciate that, well, Mr. McDonald left, but he said something while I was in the back and said, I just wish Mr. Van Milligan was here to hear this. It's important the public knows that when one of the council members leave and go in the back, there's a speaker system in the back and a television, so they hear everything that happens, and they can also watch if they want to watch. So when they leave the room, anybody at this dais, they're not out of the loop on what's happening.
Yeah, thanks for addressing that, Mike. I was going to do the same, but I appreciate that you mentioned that. Everybody has to get up every once in a while, so you have something to be able to listen to that back there. So thank you, Mike. Ms. Russell, please.
Yeah,
Yes. Please.
I have one other question, and I think it's something that I'd like to hold for separate discussion, and it was number 16 of 17, or I think it might have been number 12 on the slide. It's the gazebo for, I think, for the IT department. And it just kind of struck me because most of the improvement packages are about efficiency or safety or, clearly a training or something really important. And I'm not sure that this meets that. And so that would be something that I would put on the list for possible discussion. Thank you.
All right. We'll come back to you at the end, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Ms. Weth.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you to speak a bit to the citywide computer and printer replacement. Obviously, in years to come, I appreciate that you took it into FY28 through 31. But on everybody, I'm on slide 29 there. Just to maybe speak to what that process will look like, and obviously we have to replace our technology. So, yeah, just interested to learn more.
Joe Pregler, Chief Information Officer. Yeah, we currently have a regular computer replacement cycle because, obviously, after a while the computers tend to get slower, need to be replaced, and the longer we have warranties on them, the more expensive it is. So I think we're on a 5-year computer replacement cycle right now. So every 5 years, staff gets new computers. I believe the IT department, who tends to use theirs a little bit more aggressively, are on a 4-year replacement cycle, but most people are on that, and we go out for bid every year. We go to at least 3 vendors and try to find the best price. We do buy them in bulk, or we're going to start doing that to get the best price possible. And then we're hoping not to see too many large-scale price increases this year, but from what I've heard for like computer memory and things like that, I've been hearing that the price of that has been going up. But I believe the estimates we have in the budget right now have been more than enough to cover that, so.
Super, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Resnick.
Thank you. So my question to you is, one of the presenters mentioned that AI is a big benefit to the scammers. And I was hoping you could tell me how AI is a big benefit to our residents. I know it's very important in your department. Are you getting out to our other department managers and letting them know how they might be able to use AI in a positive way? I mean, some companies are trying to replace employees with AI. That's not what I'm asking about, but it might slow, if we take full advantage of AI. I'm not an expert, but maybe we can slow our growth of new employees because we can do things that we couldn't do before. Could you perhaps tell us what you're doing to talk to department managers about the benefits of AI, and what are the possibilities to help the efficiency of the city of Dubuque?
Yeah, when we rolled out the initial 100 users for Copilot, we did a survey to all the department managers and said, give me your top 2, 3, 4 people in your department who would want to use AI. And we were able to use those 100 licenses to get to those people. A secondary thing we did is, in a perfect world, if we had unlimited licensing, how many licenses would you like to have? And that's where we came up with, I know one of the improvement packages is additional Copilot licenses. And I believe we had a count somewhere between 250 and 300 employees that department managers would feel like would benefit from the AI. Now, the AI task force and the power users group, what we've been seeing is a lot of the administrative support professionals are heavily using Copilot. We're definitely seeing use in, because Copilot and the paid version that we use is heavily integrated into all the Office products. So you can use it in Word, Excel, Outlook. I've personally used it to search emails faster. So instead of going through my Outlook and trying to search this or that, I can just type into Copilot, can you find me an email that has to do with this and this? And it always saves me time. So what we're trying to do is have these monthly Copilot power users meetings so we can come together and start giving each other ideas of tips and tricks we find, because some people use it more than others. I've always found it's a really, really good tool to combat writer's block. So if you start to maybe try to write a memo or trying to write something, it'll give you an initial framework that you can start from there, and then you can edit it after that. And to me, that saves a ton of time there. As far as the education piece, we're going to start doing monthly trainings with employees to try to keep it top of mind and how they can use it. We actually have, with one of the ERG groups coming up in May, we're going to be doing just like a intro to Copilot type of session, like a lunch and learn, to just, again, get it in front of people and keep it at the top of their mind. In addition, I know we're also going to the employee luncheon, and we're actually going to have, along with, they do a lot of the vendors and things, some of the employees, internal employees, can have tables there, and we're actually going to have a Copilot table there to, again, kind of keep that top of mind and to get people to keep thinking about that. But I would say Copilot and AI, and we do have some ChatGPT users as well that use it. I know like the WRRC uses it for actually mathematical calculations for their systems. Another one, I know there's at least one employee that uses it to write code for certain applications. That's a benefit, but it's definitely a thing where we're learning from each other, and there's new features coming out all the time in Microsoft Copilot and other uses. So we're really excited. We're also seeing it in a lot of our existing software, document management software. Our enterprise resource planning system has got some AI components that are coming and that they're introducing that should, I think, help maybe like process invoices quicker, things like that. So we're very excited where it can go, and I definitely feel like we're all learning together at this point. So.
Thank you. And one last question. That is the security of Copilot. I know, it helps in all those different ways, but it gets a lot of information about the city of Dubuque. And I just want to make sure that all our citizen data, all our city processes, that can be verified, that they are not getting access to any of that. None of our data is leaving because we're using these services. That's my question. And I know that your security guy is right there too.
Yep. And one of the nice parts about the licensed version of Copilot, it does have like an enterprise grade data protection with it. And the government version of the Copilot licensing actually tends to be a little bit behind on features of the other versions, just because they do tend to have those security features in it. Also, as I mentioned, I have the artificial intelligence appropriate use policy that has all that laid out about, not putting in personally identifiable information into it and safeguarding against that, as well as we actually have a video that any employee that is going to use artificial intelligence tools needs to view to make sure they understand the safeguards necessary.
Great. Thank you very much. I just know whenever I dabble into that, it says this answer has been supplied by AI, so it might be wrong.
Yes.
And so is it really saving us time? And in all those different ways that you mentioned, I can see how they're time savers. But for really big answers, we don't rely on just AI, right? We have our own. This is for all departments to answer this, but like you say, it changes. It's just mysterious enough that we know what's really going on, or we think we don't know what's no. But I'm glad that you're looking at that, looking it over, and taking it seriously, what's going in and out of your department.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Staver.
Going back to AI, do you ever, as AI improves, do you ever envision maybe a department assistant that would help individual departments process information or provide data and maybe somebody that doesn't know how to use it, let them explain the prompts or the goal they're trying to achieve? Do you ever envision a person that could do that for all the departments in one location like that?
Possibly in the future that may be necessary. We're kind of taking like I said, a train the trainer kind of approach now, where some of us use it more than others, and we try to teach each other. And actually, the ERG group presentation is actually going to be given by our own city employees that are telling their experience of how they used it. So
the training video is?
Yes, well, the ERG, it's just going to be like an intro to Copilot training session where we're going to talk about like how to build a good prompt, things like that. We're just starting to get into the AI agents and how to use those. When I met with the Economic Development Department, they had some fantastic use cases that I feel like we could pilot with them. So that's coming shortly. It's kind of we're just kind of tiptoeing as we go to learn things.
And then I just have one other question. It's not, so going back to the Outlook AI individual licensing, is there a reason that's not kind of charged back to the individual department that's getting the?
We do charge back all of our Microsoft licensing right now, so we do that, yes.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, anybody else? All right, well, let me first say thank you very much for all this information. I do really appreciate it. I know you're in a period of transition right now. There's been a move, obviously, physically to a new office location, but then with that, you've also added a couple departments that were in other places, a couple of people who were in other places, and I think from what I see, I appreciate those moves. I think it seems to fit really well together. The puzzle seems to be fitting well, so I'm glad you're doing all that, and I can understand a lot of the improvement packages that you're asking for and why you're asking for those. But it does bring us back to the gazebo. So can I maybe ask to begin? Like, can we talk a little bit about this?
Yeah.
You're in a new place, which is, I think, unique compared to other departments. It's a unique spot out there. And out there at what we call the Bright Minds campus, it's you. It's 911, and it is going to be finance too,
Correct.
right?
Yep.
No other departments. Am I missing anybody? That's it. Okay. All right. So is it possible to just give us a little more information on this improvement package request?
Yeah, because currently right now it'd be the west side of the building, we get sun almost all day long. And I thought it would be nice for the employees to be able to occasionally take a break outside, work outside. So I was able to get actually Mr. Faisal from the Parks Department to drop off picnic tables for us. They had extra picnic tables, didn't cost anything, so he was glad to do that. And some of the staff were like, boy, you know, it would be nice to work outside occasionally, but it's just really, really sunny out there. So we all came together and thought maybe this would be a nice thing to ask for outside. And the nice part about my department is I have a lot of very, very long-term tenured employees that have been there a while. And I think they stay in the IT department because they enjoy working for the IT department. So I just thought that this would be, you know, certainly a nice, I guess, amenity, I would say, to complement the new space we're in, so.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
Mike, can I ask your thoughts on this? I mean, you are saying yes to this one and approving it, I believe. Yeah, you are, so.
Yes,
good.
so, you know, we try and recognize that employees have, you know, needs also. You know, it'd be great if you could say, hey, you're here for 9 hours with your hour lunch, and we expect you to keep your nose to the grindstone and just keep looking at your computer or whatever it is, but that's just not realistic. And people get breaks, they get to take lunch, things like that. And we just try and create an atmosphere that contributes to their brain health while they're working for us, and quite frankly, makes us a better place to work. Then people want to come here, they want to stay here. Employee and recruitment and retention has been a city council priority for several years. I can give you another example of what we did when we remodeled the Multicultural Family Center second floor. You might remember the second floor has been vacant for years, but we needed some office space. So we remodeled that space, and when we did that, there was still a substantial amount of flat roof over the rest of the building. So we created a door and a little deck outside that door. So employees, they can go out on that deck, get some fresh air, sit down, eat their lunch, take their break, whatever it happens to be. So we thought $5,000 was a reasonable investment in a reaction to this employee request. And it's finance and it's information technology, but also our 911 communications people would have access to it if they chose to. So I think it's a good brain health and employee recruitment and retention investment for $5,000. I can understand if it doesn't happen, but that was my logic for recommending it.
Got it. Ms. Russell?
Question on that. Does this say that this is going to be repaid through that TIF loan? So it's not going to, if we choose not to do this, it's not going to impact the tax.
No, you're correct. So the funding source is a one-time revenue source for a one-time expense. And so if you choose not to do it, it will just add to the reserves. It won't lower the property tax levy, because the property tax levy is based on recurring expenses.
Ms. Wethel? Oh, please, Mr. Selly, you still have the floor. You were thinking. You're good? Okay. Yeah, Ms. Wethel, please.
Thank you for bringing this forward for us to discuss. I think it's a fair conversation to have. Another thing is, Mr. Van Milligan was speaking, I thought about the transition of where IT was, where they are now. I don't know, a funeral home in the middle of downtown in the heart of Dubuque, compared to out west, which is a beautiful facility and modern, and the basement won't flood. So there's that. Yep. But it's a different setting for employees to have. And my head goes to the place of when you have 30 minutes, before maybe IT employees were able to go for a walk in downtown. And, you know, there's a path out there that they could do that too, but it's, there's not really a place, it's such a shift from where IT was and where they are, and I think for the better overall, but I can appreciate why this would be something that you desire for employees to be able to just find peace in the middle of their day. So I appreciate you bringing it forward, but I'd be interested to hear what everyone thinks.
Mr. Resnick?
Mr. Mayor, are we talking about whether or not we would like to hold this back? Is that the?
More or less, yeah.
Okay, well then I'll weigh in and I'll say, I remember going to teach at a college instead of high school, and I walked in, it's like air conditioning, amazing. And then after a few months of that, it's like I go outside and say, oh, wouldn't it be nice to just have some natural? So I think it's important to have a difference between the manufactured air that comes into your office all day and just get outside for a little bit. So I think this is a very reasonable ask, and I wouldn't want to hold this back any more than I'm glad we're talking about it. But I think this is a really good idea for our staff. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Resnick. Anybody else want to weigh in, Mr. Sprank?
I'm fine with keeping it in the budget right now.
Okay. All right. Ms. Wethel?
Just one other thing to add that I thought of too. A lot of IT folks can work from home. They could easily find a job where they could work from home.
Yes.
So trying to create that space where they can work collaboratively and entice them to stay and come work for the city of Dubuque. I can appreciate it's a unique, well, anymore, a lot of folks can work from home. So another reason to, that this is a workforce that's maybe specialized in needing to entice them. Yes, I appreciate it.
Anyone else? Mr. Staver?
Does your current ID or have the ability to work from home, or is
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
So that your department can work from home if they so choose.
some do, yeah.
All right. Well, anything further on this item? Anybody want to do anything formal here? Ms. Roussel, I'll throw it back to you, or?
Well, I appreciate the discussion. I appreciate the funding source and the unique opportunity, and also the fact that this isn't unique, that other employees do have this type of an opportunity. And so for this small amount, it makes sense to go ahead.
All right.
Thank you for
Thank you,
the
Ms. Roussel.
discussion.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that brings us to the end of the IT presentation then. So thank you, Joe, again, for everything. We appreciate it. All right. We'll move on next to communications. I was going to ask if you need an IT department person before they run away, but we seem good now. Okay, good. We're all ready.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, city colleagues, community members. Randy Gale, Public Information Officer, representing the Communications Office this evening. Our office's mission is to increase awareness and understanding of city services and programs and facilitate increased transparency of Dubuque City government to promote resident and stakeholder trust and satisfaction. This communications office is primarily an internal services department. We serve all Dubuque residents and stakeholders by supporting all city departments and divisions with their communications and marketing needs. As you can see, those are our primary activities. However, we also do all the things. So I'm not going to read all these, but this is a semi-comprehensive list of all the things we do. We enjoy the variety in the work we do in supporting all departments from the airport to the Water and Resource Recovery Center, with the exception of the library, which has dedicated marketing and communication staff. The comms office staffing, 6.25 FTE. We have 3 communication specialists, Kristen Hill, Jesse Gavin, who are both here this evening, and as of April 6th, Emily Russ joined us. So the 3 of them and me are located in City Hall. And then the media services activity is led by multimedia specialist Felicia Carner, also here, and includes video producer Eric Moeller in the back, and a summer intern. They're located in the City Hall Annex. We're a small department, so teamwork, commitment, and flexibility are critical, and I'm grateful to lead this team. A quick recap of just a few highlights from the past year. I want to talk about air service marketing briefly. All messaging that was done to promote air service at the Dubuque Regional Airport, digital, print, radio, video, social, outdoor, was conducted by the communications office team. I think that was very beneficial, that we were able to do all that in-house. We were able to be very flexible and nimble when changes occurred with that program to make changes. Also, I think it was a very cost-effective way to do it as opposed to working through an outside agency. And it was a significant portion of the entire team's work. As I said, graphic design, video, media buys, digital marketing, social marketing. So that was all done in-house, very intense for a period of time. Also on that list, I want to mention infrastructure projects. You know, from public works and to engineering to water, we assist all those departments with project notifications and community engagement for their projects. Pet licensing, still doing that campaign right now. As you know, we have a new pet licensing vendor. So a campaign to introduce that new vendor to current license holders, but also promoting pet licensing in and of itself as something that's underway. You recently saw the police department's new annual report. We did a city services guide, revised city service guide that was distributed to all residents in May of 2025. Publications are also a significant part of what we do. The City News newsletter and utility bill inserts are mailed out with all utility bill mailings. So in the months where there's not a 4-page City News newsletter, there's a utility bill insert of some type. It's a flyer highlighting a new program or initiative or just reminding folks about different things. The City Services Guide, as I mentioned, we updated that and sent that out to all residents last year. City Focus Magazine, and the Let's Go Dubuque Activities Guide, which I'll talk about here in this next slide. Wanted to highlight all the support that we provide for the Parks and Recreation Department. Our staff designs the Let's Go Activities Guide, which is a catalog of programs offered by the Recreation Division, Multicultural Family Center, and the Carnegie Stout Public Library. That publication is published online 3 times a year. Also, upon request, dramatic pause. Upon request, we assist the department with promoting the recreation programs on social media through email marketing. We also create all the flyers, social media graphics, and, sorry, I'm having some mouse problems here. Where's IT, right? So we create all the flyers, social media graphics, registration forms, and most online content for Bunker Hill Golf Course, the Port of Dubuque Marina, after-school sports programs, adult athletic leagues, Miracle League of Dubuque, the pools, the custom outdoor banner advertising program, and major events that they do. We were also involved in public input opportunities for the Parks and Recreation Master Plan process and new park projects. And then also media services is great about going out and getting photography and video of lots of different types of programming and events that are offered by that department. Staff recruitment support. You heard from HR earlier, but we also assist in recruitment, especially with Parks and Recreation temporary employees every year. Right now, we're kind of wrapping up that campaign to recruit all those employees that are needed for the summer. We've also assisted significantly with the fire department and police department recruiting with paid digital and social advertising. We also help recruit for boards and commissions and just the occasional social media posts for general city jobs. And we see that those posts consistently generate the most clicks of all our Facebook posts. Additionally, we developed a recruitment packet for department manager positions, so that's no longer something that we need to pay a consultant to include in their scope of work. So some savings there on those costs that you talked about earlier. Accessibility. I want to talk about this for just a little bit in depth. Our goal is to make information accessible to all residents and stakeholders. Over the last year, we spent a lot of time to become compliant with the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, WCAG 2.1 Level AA, which is a technical standard under the Title II of the Americans with Disabilities Act. This requirement ensures that residents with visual, auditory, physical, and cognitive disabilities can fully access municipal digital services. The rule covers all digital touchpoints, including public websites, videos, mobile apps, social media, and third-party portals for utility payments, for things like utility payments or parking tickets. This is a federal mandate that is requiring significant staff time and software purchases. And just to give you some context, the city website has nearly 1,700 pages, over 1,400 images, over 18,000 links, and over 8,000 links to documents that all must be compliant. In terms of videos, the videos that we produced have to have descriptive audio. Now, if you're familiar with that, that's where if someone who is visually impaired has a video playing on their television or device, it explains exactly what's happening in the video. So, for instance, if it was this council meeting, in addition to having my audio, the words I'm saying, there would be audio explaining what was happening in the room as I walked up to the microphone. All those things. So our videos have to do that. We have to do captioning. And just for example, in calendar year 2025, we captioned 7,075 minutes of video. Not a cheap, not an inexpensive undertaking, so it's reflected in our budget. Another significant thing to note there is PDFs on our website. They have to be completely compliant. And when we started the process recently, we found there were 13,000 PDFs on our website. So there was a software purchase involved to automate that process. It'll also automate every PDF that is put on our website going forward. We also purchased some software in December 2024 that helps us identify potential accessibility issues on our website. But again, it just helps us identify them. It does not fix them. So there's a strong manual component. Kristen Hill has helped a lot with that. She's tried to dedicate 2 to 3 hours each week to manually review and fix all those identified errors and warnings. Let's see here. It's also ongoing. It's not a one-time thing, and we have to keep doing this going forward. And I should have mentioned, too, the deadline for us to be compliant is April 24th of this year. So we feel we're in a good spot with that, though, thanks to a lot of work that staff have done over the year. It was just in March that we purchased the software for the PDFs that I mentioned. It's actually an AI-powered tool that automatically converts those documents. Also want to just mention the graphics you see there on the bottom of this slide. The first two that show errors and warnings are the results of that software that scan our website weekly. So you can see that we're 93% compliant in one and over 99% in the other, compared to the industry average of just under 80, or almost 87%. So, sorry. So that has taken a lot of time over the last year. Facilitating transparency. How does our office do that? Well, what we're doing right now, live broadcasts and streams and archives of city council and zoning meetings. We operate the PEG channels on Mediacom, the Mediacom and IMON systems, which are also streamed on our website, streamed live on our website. And then the meetings, of course, are streamed on the website, Facebook, and now YouTube. Talk about that in a minute. Also through the promotion of the city budget process and public input opportunities. Our office does a lot for that as well. Also providing project and initiative updates, the videos that we occasionally show to you on different things that are going on. And also just the website, the city website, in terms of the modules that it offers, not only for the public to register to get updates on things, but it gives staff and departments tools to push information out to residents, even bid postings, calendars, things like that, and also just so that our office does the overall management of the website. Media relations. In the last 12 months, we've sent out over 180 news releases. We also coordinate responses to interview requests and media inquiries. And just for some context, I received over 390 emails from one reporter in the last 12 months. Just for context. And it obviously varies from day to day. I think the record is working with 5 reporters in one day. It just depends what's going on, what the news cycle is, what we have going on, but that is a significant investment of time as well. We also offer interview prep and media training for staff who may not be comfortable talking to media, but we try to support that as well. ODAA, other duties as assigned. Some things that we do that you might not expect. Signage design, is something that staff do. You can see the other things on the list that may or may not be of surprise. I just want to talk a little bit about signage for the Park DBQ program. As you know, new gates and payment kiosks have created the need for new signs on the city's ramps, including 5th Street, Central, Five Flags, Intermodal, and Locust Street. Kristen actually developed the Park DBQ brand and has assisted the parking division with sign placement in each ramp, designed the signs, and has met several times with the sign vendor to ensure proper installation. Those signs notify people what level of the ramp they're on, communicate payment options, provide directions to the new payment kiosk to pay on foot or with cash. And just a lot of those things. So Kristen will continue to support that effort as the parking division continues to implement that new technology. Anytime we roll new technology out or new systems out, departments come to us to help them convey that information and conduct public information or education campaigns. Quickly go through some performance measures. Notify Me subscribers for our news releases. Again, Notify Me is the module on our website where anyone can sign up to receive our news releases as emails or text notifications. And I'll also point out some of these data points are snapshots in time. Some are more measurements over time. So this one you'll see is where we're at currently in FY 2026. Social media followers, again, this is where we're at this time currently, and this is a combined total of Facebook, X, Instagram, LinkedIn, Nextdoor, and YouTube, which is a new metric for 2026. I thought this was an interesting pie chart you might like to see. It shows the distribution of our social media followers. And for some reason, I'm missing a couple. They disappeared. Okay. The legend there on the right, somehow lost a couple of those. But I can tell you that Facebook is the largest. The next one at 12,642 is Nextdoor.com. Then LinkedIn. And then the next one is the blue one? X. Thank you. Oh, there it is. Oh, I'm sorry. They got shifted to the side. Okay. X. They're still there. They were no longer stacked. All right. Okay. Our social media reach. Again, doing a 12-month comparison here. That's why you'll see the column on the right is for calendar year 2025. Again, a combined total of those different platforms. Engagement, another metric to look at. A nice jump there over the two 12-month periods. YouTube video views. We've had a YouTube channel for a while, just in January, I believe. Definitely, yeah, January, right there on the screen. We launched a live stream of city council meetings. And so you can see that just in the first quarter, we had over 10,600 views, including 658 live stream views. So we're seeing, we're trying to be where people are. We have people who watch our live streams on Facebook. I can see that each night to see how many people are watching at a certain time. And now it's available on YouTube as well. We'll talk about website for a little bit. Homepage views. These numbers vary, as you can see. A question might come up, why is there a drop from last year, fiscal year 2025 to calendar year 2025? It could be a couple different things. It depends. Do people have more reasons to come to our page one year to the other? Also, we use QR codes so people don't have to go start at our index page. We also market direct URLs or redirects so that people don't have to navigate from the index page. So not a concern there, though. An example would be, although the promotion we did for public input for the budget process featured the direct URL for the FY2027 budget webpage, which is citydubuque.org/FY2027 budget. So that way people can just type that in or click on a link. Total page views for our website, 1.6 million, 1.64 million. I thought you might like to see the top 20 pages on our site that are visited in calendar year 2025. Of course, you'd expect the home page to be number one and the search page to be number two. Utility billing is always there at the top. Again, we realize it, and you notice a significant drop between number 3 and number 4 in terms of views. So a lot of people come to our website to make transactions. And it's encouraging to see that number four is join our team, so where people are applying for city jobs. I want to do a shout out to our Cable TV Commission, Jennifer Tigas, Ron Tigas, Pauline Maloney, Georgina Guerrero Galvan, and Tom Eckerman. We appreciate their service in assisting us with largely with the PEG equipment grant program. That commission meets on an as-needed basis. So they provide funding recommendations to you, the council, for PEG equipment grant programs, and I apologize, PEG is Public Education and Government Access Channels. And Felicia is currently entrenched, I'll use that word entrenched, in facilitating or coordinating the grants that have been approved and getting that equipment ordered for those projects. We have 3 community projects that were recommended for funding for a total of over $20,000. In channel operators, there are 3 channel operators, the city, Loras College, and Dubuque Community School District, working on those grants for over $100,000 for equipment. These are equipment grants. And across the bottom of the screen, you can see some thumbnails from some video projects that were created through the grant program. And just, let's see, in 2025, we had 8 total requests for over 67,000. And in 2026, nearly 123 recommended so far, 123,000. Current initiatives, as I mentioned, the website content accessibility guidelines compliance, that is ongoing, definitely, and the Community PEG Grant Awards. As I also mentioned, we're wrapping up the temporary parks and recreation employees recruitment. You'll soon be seeing the fire department's annual report. It's much longer than the police department's report, but that will be coming out soon. And of course, we're going to be heavily involved, or are heavily involved in the RAGBRAI public information campaign, making sure that residents are aware of what to expect those 2 weekends when RAGBRAI is going to be in the community, particularly that second weekend with traffic impacts. So we want to make sure that not only the RAGBRAI riders and support people have a good experience, but also our own residents know what to expect and can be prepared. Also, we're working closely with Public Works and the Dubuque Metropolitan Area Solid Waste Agency on a communication campaign related to proper setouts, kind of an ongoing challenge there to inform residents on how to put those tipper carts out properly. Future initiatives. Website contract consolidation. I bring that up because it is something that resulted in significant savings for the Solid Waste Agency and the airport. So we have the city's vendor for the website is the same vendor that the airport and the Solid Waste Agency use. And by consolidating those 3 contracts, for the Solid Waste Agency on an amortized basis, this new plan reduces their annual website hosting costs by approximately $9,100 per year over 5 years. So that's cost effective within a year. The airport, they're saving over $2,200 per year. That's cost effective in 3 to 4 years because as part of this consolidation process, we have to do a restructure or redesign of those 2 sites. They have to be brought under the city's structured website designer structure. So there's an implementation cost of over $6,000 per site. So that's why it takes a little bit longer for the airport to be to realize those savings, but a very well worth process. Also, we hope to implement an AI chatbot for the website. That was an improvement package in last year's budget, so there's funding in the current fiscal year. Hope to pursue that in the near future, see what options are out there. If you heard AI talked about significantly in the last presentation, so it's something we're looking into as well. Website accessibility navigation. You know, I talked before about the federal requirements for accessibility for people with visual or audio impairments or hearing impairments. But it's also, accessibility is also about having a clean website that is not, I should say, overpopulated with outdated information. I talked about the 13,000 PDFs. So we're also working with departments to help them pare down the number of PDFs that they have on our website. Some of those things may be outdated, old information that we don't want something to pull up in someone's search, whether it's a Google search that obviously searches our site, but also the search function on our website. So accessibility is also about limiting the clutter that people have to get through to find what they want to look at. So we're always working on that. We've made a lot of progress in the last couple of months, I believe, with that. Also, always looking at navigation, making sure that if there's a way we can simplify navigation of our site. As I said, it's nearly 1,700 pages, but it is kind of the central repository for all city information for people who want to take a deep dive and look at the details. We use social media and publications to catch people's interest or to get that summary information out there. But then if you look at most of everything we put out, almost has a link to our site where there's that deep, those details if they want to take a look. Publication, we hope to do 2 publications this year, an annual report, hopefully in a City Focus magazine. And also, we are very much due for an update to the broadcast system here in the council chambers. It's been quite a while. Thankfully, that will be funded through the PEG equipment grant. That's exactly what those funds are for, so that will not show up in the budget other than just showing how the funds are used. So we hope to start that process this year as well. Here's the property tax support request. And here's a photo of the full team, and we thank you for your time and attention tonight. We're happy to try and answer any questions you may have.
All right, well, thank you so much, Randy. Well, first we'll go to public input. So do we have any public input for the Communications Department tonight? Not seeing any here, all right.
Chris.
And then anything virtually? Nothing virtually, Corey. All right, thank you very much. All right, back to us then for any discussion. First, let me just open up, Randy, by saying that, when I talk to a lot of other mayors and city council members and city leaders, all across the United States, really, and I kind of am quiet sometimes about how good you guys are because I feel almost bad about it. You're just incredible. I mean, it's the work you do with the team you have, it's absolutely incredible. And I happen to work with you a little more frequently in my role than some other departments. So I probably get a little more of a view of that. And I know we have a lot of incredible departments that do things, but the way that you are able to explain things and to do it visually and do it everywhere, I think is so helpful for people to be able to see. There's a tool that Chief Financial Officer Jenny Larson created that she's going to talk about in her budget presentation next, that you then posted on the website for everybody. And I understand that you were very instrumental in making that work on there. So thank you very much for your work and the things that you do, and keep it up. And please don't anybody go anywhere. Just keep, stick around. It's a great gig and we love having you. So it's really good work. I'm going to start with one question, and then I think it's the only one I have. How much money did the federal government give to us for the website content accessibility guidelines that are due in April?
Let me calculate that in my head. Zero.
So we got $0 from the federal government for the mandate that they gave to us that had to be done by a certain time. That is a worthwhile mandate and a very, very good thing. We want our website to be as accessible to everybody as possible. So I'm glad that there are tools created that you can go out and purchase, and the work that you do several hours a week to be able to make that happen. It's very important. We want to make sure it's done. But it's another example of one of these mandates that we have, time and money spent, that we get $0 to be able to go and do. So thank you for providing that example, and thanks for doing all that work. All right. Discussion. Mr. Saber.
Yeah, I would just kind of second everything Brad said. I'm super impressed by the quality of your work, the artistic approach, the balance of your design and the delivery of the information is, incredible. I mean, it's really high level in my opinion. And the website's got to be an incredible challenge with that much information, and there's no good way to deliver that much information, but you guys make it work, and that's equally as impressive. And kind of what Brad was saying about these compliance requirements. I guess the only question, sort of a question, is that going to change the types of, or limit the types of content you deliver, just knowing that in the back of the head that I have to add all this extra layers to it?
I think that's the best way to describe it. I don't think it will limit what we do. It certainly gives us pause, maybe, particularly when it comes to video. I'm making sure that Felicia agrees with me. The website, and that's fairly straightforward, but the videos, in the website, we feel good about where we're at right now. The videos, we feel good about the process we've identified. We hope to implement it here this month. Felicia's done a lot of research about that, and cities across the country and the work that she's done and found are struggling to figure out how to implement these things. So I don't think it will limit what we do, but it will certainly make us think, okay, this is a great idea, this is awesome. How are we going to make it compliant, though, so everyone can see it?
And I guess on the compliance part of it, do they grade you? I mean, how do they? What's the metric there? I guess
it is unknown.
Okay.
And in fact, we've been working really hard to be compliant by this deadline, which is coming right up. And was it last week? Yeah. Last week we heard that there are now discussions about people are scrambling. Is it National League of Cities or? Yeah, or some organizations are trying to get extensions from the federal government on that deadline. So we're in a good spot, but it also makes you think, well, maybe we shouldn't work so hard at this if it's going to get bumped. But no, it's just a lot of unknowns because this is something that was, implemented in a previous administration, and so it's one of those things that we don't know what it's going to be like.
So most ADA compliance is through the court system. So the federal government does not usually have an enforcement mechanism. They depend on the public, somebody who can't get access or doesn't think it's done right, to go into court and suing you. Yeah, so it can get very expensive.
And in the past, some of these type of regulations, they're kind of law firms that specialize in doing just that at a large scale. So that's why it's important that we are prepared.
Well, thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Weth?
I just wanted to go in your packet, page 52, under supplies and services, number 7. It talks about the software licenses, and you have over a $100,000 reduction, or 56% reduction from FY26 to FY27. And it looks like very specific ones maybe are not costing us to have them this year. I just was wondering if we don't use those anymore,
No,
if it's every other year.
Yeah, it's very simple. If you recall, previously GIS was part of the communications office, and those reductions are directly GIS software that
gotcha.
went from communications to IT. So I wish I could say it was cost savings.
Right.
It's just cost shifting.
Well, and
Cost
I
transfers.
guess I knew it about the employees. I didn't go into that, but okay. Okay, thanks for the explanation.
Mr. Resnick?
Thank you. So how do, there's a dizzying number of departments as far as on the phone, who do they call? And so I just, how do residents communicate with the city? I just AI'd that, and it said residents communicate through a mixture of digital and traditional messaging, including city websites, mobile apps, email, social media, and in-person attendance at public meetings. But how about call? Who? Because there's nothing like a human voice on the other side to really listen to their concerns and then point them in the right direction. How do residents communicate with us?
I think if you look up Google for the city of Dubuque, I think it lists the city clerk's office, 589-4100. Also, I get a fair number of just calls for residents when they don't know what department they're trying to reach. That was much more frequent when the telephone companies provided phone books. And if at that time, if you look up the city of Dubuque in that blue government section and public information was there, that's what we were for a long time. I got a lot of just random calls, and then I was able to direct people to the appropriate department. But that has cut back. But short answer to your question, the city clerk's office is the general number.
So we publicize that, direct them to call the city clerk's office.
When it has to be one number, yes. But a lot of what we do, if you look at a city newsletter, it's going to have the direct line to the appropriate department for that program that's featured. So most of what we do takes people directly to the appropriate department.
I just remember the personal frustration I had. I didn't know who to talk to, back in the day, and when they had telephone books, and there was a whole list, a whole column of departments, and it kind of was like that. But I'm just hoping that citizens who still use the phone and like to talk to somebody know that it's the city clerk's office that they should call. It's not like I'm looking for them to be busier, because they're busy as well. But I'm just hoping that we let people know, because it's just when they're so frustrated, they don't know who to call, then so they don't call anybody, they don't get information, and, not everybody uses the internet and follows Facebook and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So we're looking for Facebook content or connection. We don't, and you give some things, put some things on the website, but not other things, right? I've noticed that on our website, the Facebook, City of Dubuque Facebook, we sometimes highlight certain things, but not everything that goes here. How is that determined?
Make sure I understand your question. why do we only promote some things on Facebook but not everything?
I
Or-
guess it's specifically like stories from the Telegraph Herald. Say there's 5 different stories about what's going, stories on the city. And not all of them get into our Facebook, on our Facebook page. Do you just look for ones that you would like to get some contact with citizens and feedback, or how do you do that?
Yeah, it depends. Obviously, news media have, our goals may be to publicize specific programs, initiatives, making sure residents are aware of these things. Media may have a different goal with their coverage of certain events or news items. So typically, ours is very intentional, what we're going to put online. And when we do have programs and services, things that we want to inform residents about, we're going to look at all those available platforms that we have. Certain programs we might only put on Instagram. Certain things are going to be all across all our platforms. For instance, if we do a news release, it's going to go out as a notify me to about 1,100 people. They're either going to get an email or a text notification about that. We're going to post it as a news flash on the index page of our website. We're going to post it to Facebook, probably Nextdoor, possibly X, and maybe do something related on Instagram. So that's one example where, but also then looking at more marketing programs or advertising. If it's a paid promotion, if we're going to do digital marketing for something, we're going to look at exactly, well, who's the target audience for this program? An example might be the Age in Place grant program. We're not going to do a heavy Instagram campaign for the Age in Place program. We're going to look at local publications that might cater to that target audience. We might do print ads in the Telegraph Herald and the Dubuque Advertiser, or maybe look at radio advertising. So it just depends what the program is or what the exact need is for that communication need.
Great. So
Does
you
that
have
answer
a
your
process that goes
Oh,
through,
yeah.
which is great. And I would like to agree with the mayor again that it's a wonderful work that comes out of your office and your wonderful employees. Obviously, it's really invites, it gives you a lot of great information, and it really invites your connections. They're interesting things that you publish. I like the bullet point ones. I like so many of the ones, the great pictures, makes people want to find out. It's inviting, and I know you're trying to be inviting to our residents to come to the library to see some kind of a program that they might be interested in. Everything I read and see is very well done, so thank you very much.
Well, thank you. And
Thank
it's
you, Mr. Mayor.
a testament to the entire team. And you mentioned community engagement or input. I should have also mentioned we also help with survey development, survey deployment. Again, certain projects we are looking to get that two-way communication, get resident input. But we also appreciate the support of the city manager and you through this budget process. We couldn't do it obviously without significant resources, especially staff time.
Anybody else? Ms. Leidig?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. Randy, on page 7 of your presentation, it lists air service marketing. You also touched on that air service marketing and how your department kind of facilitated some of that, and specifically on some of the purchased media. I know some of that purchased media, especially the different avenues of it, can get fairly expensive, and I didn't see a correspondent maybe increase in the budget or the expenses last year associated with that. Does that, what department, did that run through communications or did it run through another department?
The air service marketing budget was through the airport.
Okay.
So we, it was their budget, and then we administered it, or we implemented it. We developed the campaign and implemented it. So we were responsible for all the media buys, developing all the messaging and the assets.
And that ultimately was funded from the city, or did they have funds set aside for that?
There were a variety of funding sources, and I don't know if that's something that's going to be part of the airport's presentation, but there was a dedicated air service marketing budget within the airport budget, but then there was also funds from the DRA. There were multiple sources. I'm trying to remember the other ones. Dubuque Initiatives gave a significant contribution to that. We had local advertisers that stepped up with in-kind contributions or matches. So there was a variety of sources.
Okay.
If you'd like additional details on that, I'd be happy to put it together.
I'll wait till the airport
Okay.
budget presentation. I appreciate that though, and part of my question was, hopefully we get to talk about air service and marketing air service here soon at some point. So that was where I was just curious on where those were actually flowing through. So thank you.
Mr. Sprint.
Randy, as I like to say, I really appreciate how I've worked with your office directly when I was mayor pro tem. I had to write a speech. You gave me something, I kind of used it as a template, which was appreciative, so you made me sound good. And then you took pictures, so you made me look good. So thank you for doing that. 'Cause
It wasn't
that's-
tough.
Well, I don't know, but still, it's the thought. Because marketing is complicated because we want to get so much complicated information out there, and sometimes you boil it down where it's literally a boil warning that people need to know, hey, don't drink the water because something's going on for a little while. And that's one thing that I think we as citizens sometimes take your department for granted, because you give out all this wonderful, great, beautiful pictures and videos and things, but sometimes the really important things get just sent out that we're not aware of that's important to us. So thank you.
Thank you. It's always a balance, providing enough information to get people's interest and then providing access to the details if they want it, especially now competing for people's attention in a crowded media environment. As it is, it's a real challenge. I've been doing this a long time, and it's just a really challenging time. But we strive to be accurate and objective in what we do, and that's a luxury of working in the public sector.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, well, I think that's everything from us. Randy and team, thank you very much for everything that you do, and thanks for the presentation tonight.
Thank you, and again, a great staff to work with. So thank you.
Excellent. All right, our final presentation this evening is the Finance Department. They've been with us every night, but now they get to stand up and say a few words.
If I can get the mouse to work. I can't get the mouse.
Did you give off?
Yeah.
Thank you. Short for me. Randy's smaller. Oh, we ready?
We are ready.
All right. Jennifer Larson, Chief Financial Officer, presenting on the Finance Department budget tonight. And I also have Chris Valet, Utility Billing Supervisor, here with me. He'll be doing the last half of the presentation. Of course, you know Laura Bendorf, the Budget Manager in Finance. Also, I believe here, Brian DeMoss, Finance Manager, and Tony Breitbach, Purchasing and Risk Manager. So here to answer all your questions. Our mission and vision statement have not changed, so I'm going to skip over that. We'll be going through all the services provided in the department in detail here soon. Wanted to mention a couple of new faces that came on board. We have Taj Chibnek. She started as our part-time project manager, and then we have Nikash Shea, who started as a budget financial analyst. So we're happy to welcome both of them. This is our current organization chart. It includes the recently approved safety interns, so 2 interns at 0.4 FTEs each. So this is current. And then I'm going to take a minute to read a statement in lieu of reading our mission statement. So this is a great slide of almost everyone in our department. We're just missing 2 interns, Michaela Bauer and Alexa Jager, but otherwise it's everyone, all the great people that I get to work with. So in the finance department, we are more than government employees behind policies, systems, and spreadsheets. We are members of the Dubuque community, parents, grandparents, neighbors, volunteers, and service users who rely on the same streets, utilities programs, and services that our work helps sustain. Every day, we serve as stewards of taxpayer dollars, upholding the integrity of the city's financial policies and Iowa State Code with care, diligence, and respect for the people who trust us to get it right. We strive to make every dollar count through award-winning financial management, transparent reporting, and a commitment to long-term stability for our community. But our work goes beyond compliance. We are forward-thinking problem solvers who embrace new technology, improve processes, and continually build our own skills so we can better support every department across the city, whether implementing new software, creating tools that make information more accessible, or helping staff understand the financial impacts of their decisions. We are partners in delivering excellent public service. This is who we are, people dedicated to ensuring Dubuque's financial strength today while creating opportunities for tomorrow. We are proud to serve our community because we are a part of it. And I think the one thing missing here is we're also very passionate about our work, so I would add that. As part of the finance department, we also have an investment and cash management oversight advisory commission, and I'm happy to say that all of the spots are full. So we have 5 representatives: Gary Rudin, Molly Velasky, Daniel Garza, Lucian Passian, and Daniel Scott. So this committee helps review the actions and decisions of not only the city's investments, but also our cash management. So they're reviewing those practices, making sure everything's in compliance with our investment policy and with the contracts that we have in place. Our property tax support request this year is $11.20 to the average homeowner. For performance measures, we have a lot of goals on track. We are receiving the GFOA Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting for our audited financials, and also the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. We have a high percentage of city water customers using the online water portal and also using direct payment. We are improving the number of residents submitting a balanced budget in our Balancing Act simulation, and we need to work on additional public engagement sessions. Jumping into budget. Budget provides support for all budget activities across departments, oversee and manage over a $265 million budget, and of course maintain and enforce adherence to the adopted budget. We do have online tools available. We have Open Budget, Balancing Act, Taxpayer Receipt. All these are available on the city's website. The budget staff also develop, manage the city's annual operating budget and 5-year capital improvement plan, and with that produce the residence guide, policy budgets, and CIP budget book. So just briefly, I wanted to touch on a couple of documents that I think are great and that are produced by the budget staff and their summary. So every night that we have budget meetings, there is a policy budget volume, and every department, essentially the first page in that department is a summary of that department. So it shows the entire budget highlight for that department. So a quick view of what's in that department's budget. And then also another great document is Budget in Brief. That's in the residence guide, starting on page 62. And Randy and his great department also broke it out now on the website, so it's easy to click on the link. So 14-page document to get an entire view of the city's budget. Our Balancing Act budget engagement tool, where residents can interactively see our budget, definitely had a lot more views in 2026, jumped up to over 2,300 views. Very active budget season, I would say, so great tool. We also have, as I mentioned, other online tools. We have the Dollars and Cents brochure published by Communications, Open Budget, Balancing Act, Taxpayer Receipt, also Open Expense. And I am actively working on improving the Open Expense portal. As I heard from feedback here in the council chambers, there definitely needs to be clearer explanations of what each column means, renaming columns so it's easier to understand, fixing areas where data is not displaying correctly, and then we also need an update of our financial crosswalk because right now our capital expenses are showing in operating. This was mentioned in the last presentation, but this was recently created as of yesterday at about 2 p.m. So there was a property tax impact estimator that I wrote the formulas for in Excel, and it allows residents on our website, on the budget webpage, to enter their 2025 assessed value, and their 2024 assessed value. So 2025 is the assessed value for fiscal year 27, the budget that we're working on, and 2024 is the assessed value for 2026, the budget that we're in and the property tax that we're paid this year. So once those assessments are entered, it generates the right side, well, actually, the pie chart where you can see the breakdown by taxing body, and then it generates the chart on the right. So it generates all taxing bodies, because when you pay taxes, you pay not only taxes to the city of Dubuque, but to 6 total taxing bodies. So it allows you to see the change by taxing body. Just to jump into where you go to find your assessed value, Beacon is what the city assessor uses. So this is a screenshot of what that section looks like under valuation. So to find your valuations, 2025 is what represents what we're using for fiscal year 27, and 2024 is fiscal year 26. I'm just going to briefly walk through how residential property taxes are calculated. So this chart shows an actual assessment for a home on Kaufman Avenue. So actual assessment for 27 of $257,200, which went up from an assessment in 26 of $220,000. So about a 16.91% change in assessed value in this example. That's multiplied by the residential rollback. So because there were large increases in residential assessments across the state, the residential rollback was decreased, which means less of your property is taxed. So there was a 6.11% decrease in residential rollback, which results in a lower taxable value on that property if the rollback had not decreased. So that calculates your taxable value. In 27, in this case, it's $114,543. Then you divide that by $1,000, because by Iowa law, you're taxed on every $1,000 of your assessment, your taxable value. Then you multiply, in this case, the city tax rate, which is recommended at $10.16 rounded, which then brings you to what equals your gross city taxes. And then the homestead credit is applied. So for everyone, that's the first $4,850 of your valuation divided by 1,000, so $4.85. And then you would multiply that by, in this case, the city's recommended tax rate, and that equals your 27 homestead credit of $49.30 for the city portion. So then you'd add that to your gross city tax amount of $1,164, and that brings you to your net city taxes that you would pay if this recommendation passed of $1,114.98 for this example. These are our proposed 27 utility fee increases. So water and sanitary sewer are based on 3,200 gallons per month, and that's the average residential user with a 5/8" water meter. And just a reminder, low-income customers are eligible for a 50% discount on their base city utility rates. So water is a 3% increase, sanitary sewer is proposed at 9%, as well as refuse and stormwater. The total monthly increase is $6.77. Just an update, since Monday night, there is a 5 flags reduction in pay to other agency. So OVG is focused on driving down the subsidy while elevating their programming, and they're projecting growth in their adjusted gross income. So increasing the volume of events, adjusting rate schedules associated with rental and co-promotion. So their target is to exceed $1 million in gross income in the first 5 years. Our 27 recommended budget included a subsidy of $1,294,877. Our revised recommendation for the budget will be a subsidy of $1,201,155. That's a reduction of $93,722 in expense, which is in the general fund. So I'll quickly go through what that tax impact looks like. It would lower the tax rate from $10.16 to $10.13. So instead of being a 10-cent increase, it's a 7-cent increase. Our property tax asking would go down by that savings. Residential would slightly change to a lower percentage. Instead of being 3%, it'd be 2.7. I also have the impact to commercial property owners by value. Using the average, it would be 17.76%. And industrial, again, using the average, it'd be 17.5%. Moving to fiscal year 26 highlights, still in budget. Every year in budget, there is annual department training done for every department. So this is done to strengthen all departments' understanding of the budget process and how to put their budgets together. So 2 weeks at the end of August, this training is done every year. We're continuing to leverage the ERP system and other software for efficiencies. We've developed systems to keep our project ledger in the system that tracks capital projects and balance with the general ledger. We are providing monthly project reports for capital projects to departments. And of course, all staff participates in continuing education. And of course, our budget works with all other city departments. We did receive the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for the fiscal year 26 budget, so that was the 20th consecutive year, so that was exciting. Future initiatives, again, we're planning to expand budget engagement and continue our process improvements and, continue staff training on the budget process and also continue educating departments on the budget process. Moving into purchasing, purchasing supports all the procurement activities across all departments. They coordinate any joint purchasing efforts and citywide contracts, and they identify efficiencies and cost savings through purchasing and data analysis. They also manage a network of about 5,000 vendors, and they enforce our purchasing policy terms and conditions and manage the citywide purchasing card program. The highlights for 2026, they kicked off a electronic bidding software implementation. The software is called Ion Wave Technologies. So instead of doing all paper RFPs and RFQs, it's all going to be submitted by those submitting through electronic platform. So everyone is going through training on the internal side of the city. They're currently in phase 2, so looking forward to go to an electronic process, which will be much easier to track. They also established new city contractual and agreement templates, streamlined the procurement process across departments. We do receive purchasing card and virtual card rebates revenue, so in the past year, that rebate was $109,000, which is included in the general fund budget. Risk management, they're identifying, assessing, and managing risk and safety within departments. They partner with city legal and human resources, focusing on workplace and employee safety, liability and property, insurance claims, restitution, billing, emergency preparedness, compliance regulation, and training. And they also promote proactive approaches to hazard identification, injury prevention, and risk management, all to help create a safer work environment for all. So thanks to your commitment and dedication to safety, alongside the efforts of all city employees and management, we were able to reduce workers' compensation modification factor, also known as MOD, from a high of 1.3 to 0.85. That's a remarkable 65% improvement. The MOD rating is what insurance companies use to evaluate safety performance compared to similar organizations. MOD of 1 is average, so anything lower than that reflects fewer and less workplace injuries, stronger safety practices, and it results in substantially reduced workers' compensation costs. So to take you through what that savings looks like for the general workers' compensation, our actual fiscal year 25 expense, based on a MOD factor of 1.3, was $799,615. In 26, we budgeted $895,450, And our pending audit for fiscal year '26 expense, based on a lowered mod factor of 1.15, is $756,759. And then our budgeted fiscal year '27 expense, based on a mod factor of 0.85, is $558,487. So substantially reduced costs. Our '26 actual budget savings due to that lower mod is $138,691. And then our estimated savings in '27 due to the lower mod is $198,272. Again, '27 is included in the general fund budget in this case. Finance at a glance, of course, we're maintaining and recommending financial policies. We're managing cash of over $150 million. We have the responsibility of debt management, so not only issuing debt, but also paying semi-annual debt payments. We do the general accounting for all city operations, bi-weekly payroll for over 850 employees, growing to over 1,000 during the summer. We do weekly vendor payments. We provide grant accounting assistance and monitoring of all city grants. We do accounts receivable management, and we handle the auditing and reporting of the city's financials. We also work on legislative concerns. Of course, in this legislative session, there is proposed property tax legislation, so I've been busy projecting the impact of that. We also evaluate any administrative policy and tariff impacts on purchase of goods and monitor grant issues and developments. Just a note on what historical legislative action impacts have looked like since 2003 through 2023. It totals almost $10 million based on everything from state shared revenues going away to initial property tax reform happening all the way up to 2023. The highlights in finance, we had enhanced oversight of city investments. We had earnings of over $5.1 million to date based on that. We internally automated our annual comprehensive financial report, so that's the city's audited financials. We're leveraging existing software, and the 2025 financial report is expected to be finalized later this month. It did take longer than expected because of the setup of that in the software, and it took a little longer to get all the statements to balance, but hopefully it's smoother going forward. We also implemented employee access, which gave employees electronic access to their W-2s and their pay advices anytime they want to go into that portal. And we implemented electronic employee expense reimbursement with approval process electronically. So that was all done through paper. So we used to have travel reimbursements, for example, on paper, routed through email, and now it's all through our ERP system. We also implemented debt and investment software. So instead of having a large binder of debt schedules, it's all in the software, and the same with investment software. It's being implemented in here where it's much more automated. Looking at general fund interest revenue, in '26 we have a budget of $2.3 million. Our 9-month actual is 1.3. Our revised estimate for 2026 is just under 1.7 million. Our '27 budget is $1,620,974. The reduction is due to all the interest rate cuts by the Fed, and it's based on some actual certificates of deposit that will mature in 2027. I mentioned the certificate of achievement for our financials. Again, that was 37 consecutive years. And then just a note on the credit rating. The last time we were rated was January 2025, and we were affirmed at the AA2 credit rating on our general obligation bonds. So the next time we'll be rated again is when we issue our next bonds per projects, which will most likely be after July of '26. This is a chart that shows our statutory debt limit used. In '27, we're projected to be at 33% with this recommended budget. And this is a chart that shows our comparison to other cities for statutory debt limit used. So we would be the 5th lowest of the use of statutory debt limit of the 11 cities with a population over 50,000. The average is 36.33. A look at our general fund reserve balance, projected to be at 27% in '27. There were prior questions about how much less if 25%. So if we went down to 25%, it would free up 1.9 million of non-recurring funding. This budget recommendation includes the creation of a state legislative anticipation reserve fund in '27. So the amount of that fund would be $2,642,369. That's generated from the repayment of internal loans to the city's general fund from Greater Downtown TIF. And this is being created due to the significant property tax reform proposals being considered in the state legislative session. So those reforms could materially affect the city's future revenue structure. If council elects to use any portion of this reserve fund before 2028, it should be limited strictly to non-recurring expenses, since it is a non-recurring revenue source. Just wanted to walk through administrative overhead as it is currently calculated right now. So there's different groups of departments and how they are recharged to enterprise funds. We have engineering, administration, and project management. So the cost not assigned to capital projects is split evenly between water, sanitary, sewer, stormwater, and general fund. So that's a 25% cost share. The general fund also receives that 25% cost share. Finance and general administrative departments, that's a net cost split evenly among water, sanitary, sewer, stormwater, solid waste collection, and general fund. Each of those have a 16.67% cost share, and then parking and landfill split a share, so they each get an 8.33% cost share. When I say general administrative departments, that includes finance, planning, city clerk, legal, city manager's office, communications, human resources, and GIS. Utility billing, which is within the finance department, is cost split evenly among the enterprise funds that utility billing bills for. So they appear on the customer bills that we are processing for approximately 25,000 customers. That includes water, sanitary, sewer, stormwater, solid waste. So each of those get 25% cost share of utility billing. And as we plan for future years, we will review these allocations to strive for greater equity in the cost sharing process. This is the city property tax rate comparison. So Dubuque's proposed rate at $10.16 would be the lowest rate compared to the other cities. The highest rate is Waterloo, which is 136.28% higher than Dubuque, and the average is 53.35% higher than Dubuque. Our future initiatives, we're looking to optimize our use of the debt and investment management software we implemented. We're also in the implementation training phase of ION Wave's electronic strategic sourcing procurement software. We are implementing a new training opportunity for departments called Finance Time, monthly employee series. So we're going to cover an array of finance topics based on department feedback. So we're actively requesting department feedback, which we're trying to respond to make things easier for them. And we're also looking to optimize our annual comprehensive financial report in the software that we've built it out in. And of course, part of the department will be moving to 7800 Chavanel with the IT department, accounting, payroll, and budget. That's just a couple of construction photos. So that's underway. Anticipated completion date is June 1st. So we would move after that. We do have 3 recommended improvement packages. These costs show the total cost for each of those. All 3 of these have to do with safety. The first one is consultants to assist the city in expanding and strengthening its safety programs. That's a net non-recurring of $25,000. I should also mention these were requested as recurring, but they're being recommended as non-recurring. The next one is enabling rapid emergency response and support compliance with safety regulations, and that's identified through the safety walkthroughs that are done, audits, near-miss reports. This one's 10,000. The third one, I would recommend not funding because it is for software, and it would not make sense to implement software and then not be able to pay for it the following year. So this is $20,000 in non-reoccurring. A portion of that is budgeted to be recharged to enterprise funds, so not recommending this, of course, will have a non-recurring impact on the general fund that could be used to fund something else. And now I'm going to turn it over to Chris, who will finish us out.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Chris Valet, and I am going to speak to you about utility billing. So in utility billing, we bill for water, sanitary, sewer, refuse, and stormwater. We currently have over 25,000 meters in service. We manage the customer database. We offer in-house customer service, an online customer portal, an offset program. We also take parking ticket payments, as well as distribute garbage stickers, yard waste stickers, and bill for large item pickups throughout the city as well. Uh-oh, what do I gotta click, Jenny? Got it. So our online customer portal has all sorts of things you can sign up for, including leak alerts, sign up for paperless billing, pay your bill quickly, and you can also sign up for auto pay to ensure your bills are getting paid in a timely manner, and you don't have to worry about it. Fiscal year 26 highlights in utility billing. We're comparing March 25 to March 26. Paperless billing customers is up from 20% to 22%, with just a little over 500 new customers on paperless billing. Auto pay is also up about 6%. Phone and online payments up 5%, and online users registered through the portal is up 11%. So as you can see, year over year, we are increasing every category we are trying to increase in the utility billing department. This talks about reduced fees. So last year, we had about 570 residents getting the reduced fees. This year, we are at around 646. So again, just a 1% increase. 3% of the residents are receiving the 50% discount on the base rate on the 4 services we bill for. How we market the reduced fee program is via the city website. It's on the back of the utility bills. It's in the city newsletter, dollars and cents brochures, the city channel, Dubuque, city social media channels. The housing department also includes it with all of their applications. Landlords are aware of the program. HACAP is also aware of the program, and they give out the information about that also. And when customers come in for payment plans, we also give them the application for reduced fees also if they qualify. The Community Impact Service Program, this program started in January of 2025. This is a way for residents who are falling behind on their utility bill to help out. You know, sign up for a volunteer program. You do a certain amount of hours, those dollars goes towards paying down your utility bill. Right now we have 10 active residents in the program, and 50 have completed the program and paid off their balances that they incurred while they had the balance rolling up. So $22,580 has been applied to utility accounts via this program in just over a year and a half, just under a year and a half. Utility billing assistance, so in the last year we have done 306 payment plans, had, as I stated, 50 customers complete the Community Impact Program, and we received 72 payments from other agencies such as HACAP, St. Vincent de Paul, and other agencies in Dubuque that are willing to help out also, totaling over $41,000 in payments. This is a graph showing delinquent balances through February 2026 compared to February 2025. As you can see, we are up about $45,000 from where we were last year. I don't have an answer as of to why. That's just where we are right now. We did just send 214 accounts to the county for tax liens back in January, and 1,200 accounts went to the collection agency in March. This is the first time we have done this since August of 2024, prior to when we launched our new Tyler program for utility billing. So we are expecting to see that number drop, and we will be continuing to do this 3 times per year rather than once every 18 months. Area agencies that have been helping out are HACAP, and then LIHWAP, I believe that's Light Heat Water Assistance Program. Work with various agencies providing financial assistance to customers falling behind on their utility bills. We also just launched Tyler Notify. It was a program we discovered that we had, and this is a way for us to get the word out to people before they get a disconnect notice to say, hey, Mr. and Mrs. Customer, you're behind on your water bill. Just want to let you know you're past due, you're not up for disconnect, but here's the heads up, you are a little bit behind on your water bill. We also partnered with the water department. We all know that the lead line service stuff is happening in Dubuque, and it sounds like there were concerns with owners not knowing about the lead service line, so we partnered with the water department to use Tyler Notify to notify them when they purchase the home if it has a lead line service. So that way they're aware of it and they are rerouted to talk to the water department to discuss their options from there. Fiscal year 26 highlights. As I stated earlier, we did the property liens, we did the collections to process those unpaid utility bills. We also worked with Public Works to kind of simplify what we do and what Public Works does. We implemented the pickup route to the Tyler system, so that way Public Works wasn't having to go to Tyler to see who you were, go to a different program to see when your pickup day was. We now have everything in one place for everybody to see, simplifying what we all do every day. And then we also fully implemented Tyler payments. The biggest thing this has done for us is reversing bad checks. Someone does an e-check and they don't have enough money to cover the check, they put in something wrong. This was all a 100% manual process the cashiers were doing before. They would have to go in, reverse the payment, send a letter, let the customer know. With the fully implemented Tyler payments, when that payment comes back as bad, it is automatically reversed and the money applied right back to the customer's account, saving hours of time weekly. Future initiatives, continue training for utility billing, continue to reduce delinquent utility balances via the financial assistance programs, payment plans, and using Tyler Notify. Improve processes, reporting, time management with the new software. And then we are still discussing the implementation of the payment kiosk for after hours and off-site in-person payments. Continue to promote the reduced fee program. You know, it is out there. 3% of the residents have it. It probably should be higher. Continue to promote community service impact program, working with that department so we can all work together to make sure we don't turn your water off. We don't want to do that. You know, I stated this last year when I was here. It's not what we want to do. We don't want to turn your water off. We want to work with you, and we continue to still want to work with you to keep that water on. And then an implementation of Workforce Mobile. This is something we are doing with the IT department as well as the water distribution team. We actually have a training on Tuesday with them. This will be when we send the worker out to shut your water off, they write it all down on a piece of paper and then they bring that paper back to the office. They'll now be able to do it on an iPad. We shut the water off, here's what we did. If it was a lead service line, if the stop box needed to be cleaned out, we'll get all that stuff real time instead of having to wait. So we're really excited about that program. I know IT's excited about that program. That's all I got.
All right.
Thanks,
Thank
y'all.
you very much,
Appreciate
Chris.
you.
Thank you, Jenny. We are going to, you want to, yeah, please.
I missed mentioning that Chuck Harris is also here from Finance.
Oh, thanks for
Sorry.
remembering, Chuck. We appreciate that. All right. Any public input on the finance budget?
I promise we won't go to 11:30. Clark Slows, 2925 Burlington Street. And my comments are mostly from things that, were said Monday night about, 1,200 pages not being transparent. It's as transparent as you get. It may not be in the format that you wanted, but it's transparent. You know, asking for a simplification. Okay, I'll take my shot at it real quick here. Go to page 103 of the Citizens Budget Guide. Start out there. You want to talk about an oversimplified budget, you know, shot of the budget. There it is. And then on each of the policy guides for the presentations that are made on those particular nights, those first 1 or 2 pages. That might bring you up to 42 pages. And what was kind of interesting, the amount of concern over a glossary. How many pages? We got more better things to worry about than how many pages are in a glossary. So, you know, my 42 pages, give me my 16 pages of glossary, because here's a quiz for you. What does STP mean? And it's not the motor oil additive that Andy Granatelli made famous. You know, that's Surface Transportation Program. And here's one I bet maybe only the finance people sitting behind me know. The initials IMFOA. On that, Iowa Municipal Finance Officers Association. Now you're going to run into other definitions that are in the glossary. You know, ODAA. I'm going to go home tonight and see if that's in the glossary. It'd be kind of interesting. The SAFER grant, you know, what was that? You know, what does that mean? You know, what acronym is that? It's government, for Pete's sakes. There's more acronyms than letters in the alphabet. It's government. That's what they live by. You know, transportation bills. They just don't call it the 2026 transportation bill. We got to think up cute names. You know, enough of the cute names on that. My comment for Jennifer is, I want this presentation. I want my copy of it, because I want to take a deeper look into that. She did better than my 42 pages, which, you know, I'm going to say this, give the finance people a raise. And it's on tape. I can't deny it later on, because, you know, this is going to be a sad thing for an engineering person to say, is that I think this presentation gave a lot more information than last Monday, you know, than April 6th. And I'm sure all my engineering colleagues are about ready to string me up on that one. But there's more information. The next dollar and cents pamphlet should be, you know, a lot of this presentation. So it's kind of very interesting. The only thing I would add to it is page 310 of the guide again, which deals with, you know, departments that are self-sufficient. If you haven't read it, it ought to be required reading for every council member, because there are departments that are self-sufficient. You know, when I looked at it, the golf course, self-sufficient. And talking to the, you know, the person in charge of that is, I guess, they're the only municipal golf course that is self-sufficient. Maybe all these other courses need to start calling the city of Dubuque and go, hey, what are you doing that we're not? So, you know, attaboy to all those departments that are, you know, I'd say anywhere from 85%. There are some above 100%. You know, they say government needs to be run like a business. Well, we have some departments that are being run like a business. Give them credit for that. That's all I got.
All right. Thank you, Clark, for your comments. We have no further members of the public here. Anyone virtually? All right. So to us for discussion, I'm going to start with a question, Jenny, for you directly. So you did talk about the Five Flags situation in detail, but I would ask for more, please. I just would like some more, just if you could describe it again, maybe a little more clarification about what happened here and why we suddenly found the ability to be able to have more money and pull the levy rate down. I think that's a really important discussion to have.
Okay, one moment. Okay, so we were notified pretty late that the number had changed, so it was after the budget documents were printed, and so it was not included in the original recommended budget that everyone received. So now that we know about it, we need to make the adjustment to reduce that subsidy payment for OVG related to Five Flags.
Okay. So, and how did OVG decide at this point to drive down the subsidy?
So I believe it was during their budget process, so they go through a budget process where they look at their most recent financials and project their gross income, adjusted gross income, and it's been trending higher. So I think the last actual years compared, it grew like over 300,000. So things are just projecting better for them. They're just improving operations and doing a really good job.
And is that improvement Five Flags specific? Is that what you're saying? Or is it OVG
Yes.
overall as it comes to?
No, this portion is just their management of Five Flags, so that private management contract for that building.
All right. So based on their analysis, OVG's analysis of what they're doing and what their performance is going to be, they have changed their projections and then informed us of that, which basically then affects the whole bottom line for what we're talking about.
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
I a follow-up question to this. So the new calculator that you've created that is on the city's website, are you planning to put this new levy rate in there at this point? Or is that not going to be the case because we've already voted on the other one?
My hesitation in doing that is there may be other changes in the revised budget. So, I mean, if I'm directed by the city manager to adjust it in conjunction with Randy Gale, I could definitely do that, knowing that there's probably other things coming in the revised budget.
Sure. As we go through, so just to clarify that, and Mike, let me take a crack at this, and then you can correct me on anything. But as we go through this process, every year, pretty much, as we go through this process, there are changes that come about in the month that we take to do this, because we talk about these things in detail. You never stop working on the budget. You never stop trying to think about ways that there are, like something like this that comes up, and communicating about something like that. So we might see some of those changes, and we know we can't increase the budget, but we can decrease it. So if those changes are allowing us to decrease it, we try and do that it just happens in the process. It's not necessarily something that council has directed. It's just more information we found in the discussions that we've had, with OVG or anybody else, any other departments. Is that a pretty good job, Mike, or would you add more to it?
No, that's a great job, and you'll get your final amended recommendation for the April 28th final public hearing. So that's when you would get the official final recommendation from us, and then you'll make your decisions from there.
Got it. And just for the record, I think your initial answer on this new calculator, I would suggest we don't change it. I think we keep it where it is, just because that is what we voted on currently. Right. And it doesn't make much sense because otherwise it gets really confusing if we go changing everything, every new thing we talk about, So I think it's a good idea. All right, thanks. That answers that question. Anybody? Ms. Rousseau?
Thank you. First, I'd just like to say thank you for what amazing work you do and how quickly you're able to answer the many, many questions that we have. I mean, your work is outstanding, all of your departments, so thank you. Second, I wanted to mention that I appreciate the constructive comments and suggestions that citizens give us, whether it be at the podium or an email. And I just want to say that a quick moment at the podium or sending an email might not lead to an immediate change, but that doesn't mean that I haven't listened. And sometimes I want more detail or more facts or time for consideration. So that to say, following up on some other suggestions that we've received in the past, when you go to make some improvements in the budget policy books, do you think you'll be including a column with like fiscal year-to-date actuals?
Yes, so based on the feedback we heard during the budget process so far, we've already looked at it, and we've determined that with the new ERP system, it's something we're able to do, so we plan on adding it for the next budget year, fiscal year 28, to show the current year budget, year-to-date actual.
Fantastic, that'll be a great addition. And then my second question is, I saw how the improvement in the mod factor for workers' compensation has decreased our costs substantially. So then I saw that you had a related improvement package for a safety process. do you think those kind of processes lead to future decreases in those kind of claims? I mean, is that kind of our goal? Well, number one, to protect our employees, but number two, do you think that kind of investment leads to less worker, injuries and saving costs?
I'm going to have Tony Breitbach answer that question.
Good evening, Tony Breitbach, Purchasing and Risk Manager. Absolutely. It's shown over time with the training, I talked about it the other night, that we've installed here over the last couple of years. Our employees are on board, all of your support, so it's a combination. And I appreciate your point that it's not all about the dollars, right? That savings, it's a part of, and that means our employees are going home. And as mentioned earlier, over 1,000 employees when we're at our max here, so it's great. It's great, and it definitely has shown to pay off large dividends as far as employee safety and also the dollars that come with that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Spring.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jen, can you talk to me more about the GFOA? Because isn't that the forum that also does your auditing as well?
No, so it's the Government Finance Officers Association. So it's the national association that government finance professionals belong to, and they have various national award programs. So we apply for 2 of those. We do the Distinguished Budget Award, and then also the Excellence in Reporting on our audit. So there's a lot of criteria we have to meet to get those awards in both our audited financials and in our budget documents. So a lot of what you see in our budget documents is there because that has been determined as, a best practice by GFOA.
Yeah, and for nearly 40 years, 4
Right.
decades, which is amazing. So that's phenomenal. But can you don't really talk, you kind of mentioned it a little bit about the audit process. Like, can you explain what that all looks like and everything?
I'm actually going to have Brian DeMoss come up and explain that.
Right.
That's his area of expertise.
Good evening, Brian DeMoss, Finance Manager. The audit process is a multi-month process that involves basically every department submitting financial information, statistical information that goes into our annual comprehensive financial report. We prepare that using a software. Like we said, we're still in the process of completing that this year. That is then reviewed by our auditors, and they give us a report saying if it's accurate or inaccurate based on materiality.
And based on our, say, last 5 years, has the auditors thrown any glaring red flags at us? Or reported
No.
us for doing anything that lacked transparency?
No, we've received clean audit reports for the last 5 years.
Wonderful. And then Moody's question. Some people don't quite understand the importance of that. Can you go a little bit more in depth as to why a good rating is really important?
Sure. So to issue general obligation bonds or revenue bonds on the open bond market, you have to be rated by a credit rating agency. The city of Dubuque uses Moody's Investor Service to do that process. So we're rated AA2, which is considered an investment grade, and it's very good. It's very hard to be a AAA rating. There's only a couple of Iowa cities that are AAA rated, but it does help bring more bidders on your bonds and then also decrease your interest rate typically when bidders, bid on your bonds, so.
And the way I would describe it is it's a valuation of risk. So Moody's is determining how risky it is for people to buy your bonds. And the higher the risk, the higher the interest rate. The lower the risk, the lower the interest rates. And our bond rating comes in at a very low risk. That means whoever buys our bonds, they're going to get paid back.
Those were my questions. Thank you.
Mr. Resnick.
Thank you. Love to have advertise that you do such a great job every year and get awarded for it by an outside person, corporation, or What would you call that group that gives you these?
It's a national organization.
And they have access to all the information that you have and look over your books and things?
Yes, they have reviewers.
So I was looking over the last time that we made a contribution to the General Reserve Fund was FY 2024. And what was the year before that what, do we do we do like 5 years in a row we've given?
So the contributions happen to keep the reserve at 27%. So it's based on, 25% of our budget. So as our budget changes, then there may be additional contribution that's needed to make the reserve compliant.
But we don't add to the general reserve balance every year.
We do not. So it's just when the budget changes enough where additional funds have to be added.
All right, thank you. And I'll preface this by saying, I'm not an AI expert and often says this is wrong. But I pushed this into AI and it says, yes, the annual city, is this, could you consider the reserve fund recurring? And AI, this nameless beast out there says, yes, annual city financial contributions to a reserve fund are considered recurring revenue or expenses in the operating budget. Now, I just asked you if we do it every year, and we don't.
We do not.
So.
Only when we need to contribute to get up to the target percentage.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Wethel?
I think my question is on utility billing. Sorry, make it come back up. So you had mentioned the 3% reduced rate, which is 3% are receiving the reduced rate, and it was 2%. Yes, thank you. So I was just looking back at the housing data regarding how many vouchers we have. And the vouchers that are projected for FY26 are 890 vouchers. And it looks like 646, I think, is the number that receive our utility billing reduced base fee.
Correct.
So that's 244 vouchers. Now, granted, not all those vouchers stay, I understand, within the city of Dubuque. They may go elsewhere. Probably not 244 of them.
So the way it works is some of these people may pay rent, their landlord might pay the water bill. So they may be getting a voucher for renting assistance, but they live in a duplex where there's only one meter that serves both properties. They live in a fourplex where one meter serves the 4 properties. So you only get the discount if you are paying for the water bill. You don't get the discount, your landlord doesn't get the discount if you get a voucher.
That makes so much sense.
Does that make sense?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, absolutely.
But I will tell you, your point is well taken, as there's probably 4 times as many people that qualify for that discount than take it. And so Chris is constantly trying to get the word out there that you can get a 50% discount, take it. And so it's a constant struggle because we want people to take their discounts.
And Chris, you offered before a little bit about that, but as a council, do you have any thoughts about moving forward in the coming fiscal year or two that we could do to better equip staff to be able to find ways to get more people in? I mean, we do it, I know we advertise it, I know we put it in our utility billing, but I feel like that's something that I want to make sure I do whatever I can to increase that number. So any thoughts?
So I wouldn't say specifically you, but I think as you all heard me talk about Tyler Notify,
Yeah.
we have the ability to send a mass text to everybody, every phone number we have, and say, hey, you may qualify for a reduced rate on your water bill. And everybody gets it. You get it, Mike gets it, everybody gets that text message. So I feel like using that system is going to increase this number. Again, Tyler Notify is very new. We are just kind of uncovering what we believe it can do and the help it will bring the city. You know, I've had conversations with Randy Gale about boil orders when water main breaks happen. How do we notify someone right away? You know, not everybody's going to be on the internet. They're not going to have Facebook right there to know about it. But they've always got their phone. All day, every day, you've got your phone. Everybody. It's the world we live in. So I feel like that notification system, again, we've just uncovered 1% of what that can do. I feel like in the upcoming year, we're going to be able to do a lot more with that and get a lot more information out to the residents on a much quicker basis.
Super. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Landecker.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. Jennifer, you mentioned our, the purchasing program, purchasing protocols. You know, as I think about it, is a city in the city's economy is only as strong as their local money supply. And the recirculation of that local money supply is ultimately kind of the lifeblood of the economy. So when we think about purchasing, how do we look at and address local purchasing preference versus non?
Tony Brightbach, Purchasing Risk Manager. So we do have a local preference that the city adopted, and it gives preference depending on the dollar value to our locally owned businesses located in the city of Dubuque, and that's a 5 and 10% value there. So anything over $500 is 5%, under $500 is 10%.
Do we apply that across the board no matter the expense amount, or is there certain thresholds that you kind of just cut off?
So
is there a bottom?
There is a caveat associated with that if that's where you're going, and that's federal funding. So if we have some projects that are federally funded and grants of that nature that do exclude that opportunity, otherwise we apply that from a base bid. So if your base bid is $1 million, for instance, generally you're going to be above the state threshold. So let's use something more applicable, $1,000. We would take that 5%, and we do apply that to our purchases depending on what it is. So we value our local vendors in that relationship because it is very important.
Okay, thank you. My next question is, so looking at our total FTE count for finance of 26.31 and doing a quick search online, it shows on average that municipalities have 0.5 to 0.25 per 1,000 residents, which would equate to about 9 to 15 employees per 60,000 residents. And looking at Cedar Rapids, they have 22.5 employees in their finance department. They're over double the size of the population we are. I just curious, are we doing something differently than other municipalities on why our FTE count is higher than they are?
Sure. So we perform a variety of, I'll call them functions in our department. So not every finance department in other Iowa cities, for example, have utility billing where they're billing for utilities. In some cities, utilities are not even ran by the city. They're a separate entity. And then other cities, they may contract that out and not do utility billing in-house. So that, I believe, is like 9.74 of our FTEs is utility billing. We've also taken on additional responsibilities. So one of those is helping implement the organization-wide safety program. So that's where some of our other additional FTEs come in. So I think that's probably unique to our city. So Tony Brightbach heads that program, and then we have another FTE that's designated for purchasing and safety, and then of course the newly approved safety interns. Our budget staff is fairly lean with a budget manager and 2 financial budget analysts. For the number of departments we have, it's a lot of departments to work with, and of course as you know, staff turns over in departments, they have a lot more to learn to get through the city's budget process, so that's a pretty heavy lift for them. And then of course we do payroll, And with the new ERP system implementation, that all changed. So a lot of responsibility shifted back into the finance department as far as, doing payroll audits and the complexity of any changes that happen, having to get those coded into the system. So that's a pretty heavy lift. So another FTE was added for that to help maintain that system, and also the new electronic time and attendance system. So we just went to electronic time versus, like an Excel timesheet. So that added responsibility. I guess that would be a majority of my answer. It's just a big lift for all the different things that we do.
Okay, thank you. And the ERP system, electronic time, when were those implemented?
So we did a phased approach over 4 years because we had not implemented a new system in about 40 years. So it was a very complex process to get to a new ERP. Our first module was live July 1st of 22, so that was finance, accounting, budget, I'll call it. That did not include payroll. Our second module that we implemented was utility billing, which went live July 1st of 23. July 1st, I think it was July 1st of 23, that sounds right, it was next year. Payroll took longer to implement. It was essentially a full audit of our payroll system against existing bargaining unit agreements and the employee handbook, and so it was a lot of cleanup along with implementation into the new system. That went live, I'm gonna need help, March 17th of 2024? Okay, so that's correct. So those were the 3 big modules we implemented, and then in the past 6 months, we implemented employee access, employee reimbursement, and then we implemented a section of one called asset management, but that's specifically for our financials for recording capital assets.
Okay. And in terms of efficiencies created with time management and the new ERP system, have we already seen some, and are we anticipating additional going forward?
So efficiencies has been interesting because with the implementation of the new ERP system, of course, there's more data that's available that we can use. So there's been some shift with that. So for example, in this system, there is now a contract module, and we did not have one before. So there's more enforcement with making sure there are contracts entered prior to requisitions and purchase orders and invoices being paid. So it has led to more enforcement on our side just because a lot of the processes are new, departments are learning, and they haven't had to do all these things before. So that's been a big piece of it. And then I would say payroll has been pretty time consuming just because we've only been live since 2024, and we're still learning and getting more efficient there. So we hope down the line, yes, there's efficiencies. We had a lot of staff go to Tyler Connect, our software conference for the ERP, and they are implementing some AI features that are exciting and I think will bring efficiencies, specifically in like our accounts payable process. So I think as Tyler implements those AI processes into our modules, hopefully we'll gain efficiencies there.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I know these kind of can be, when we talk about efficiencies, everyone gets scared about, and I talk about FTE count, people get scared about jobs and things like that. And that's not my purpose of the question. It's more, how do we do more with the resources that we have, and how are those investments that we have paying off to create more stuff, opportunities for us to, generate more revenue or do different things within the tax base of in the employee's time. So yeah, I appreciate comments.
I agree with you.
Mr. Saver?
Yeah.
You want to go? Yeah, you first, and I'll go back in as well.
No, no problem.
I had a question. How difficult would it be with the levy to break it down by dollar amount to each property type, let's call it like residential, and then three different types of commercial and industrial. So you can see it in dollar amount, what group is actually paying.
So I don't have that super specific slide overall. I have an example just based off of the decrease in 5 flags. So we try to do that in our documents. So on this slide, it's showing just one line for residential value. I'm just testing out if I'm understanding you. And then commercial, we do different values here. So 150,000 or less, and then it go up to the average. So we do try to show those different amounts using our recommended property tax impact, also for industrial, if that's what you're.
Right, but I'm saying, can you apply that to how much value is in each one of those groups so that you can see what each group is actually paying? What
So you're asking for total assessed value for each property
group,
class?
yeah, and then you could go times it
Yeah,
by
we have that too. It's a schedule in the residence guide, so I could provide that specific schedule.
I'd be interested to see that, just
Yeah.
to see what, the residents are paying versus what the different groups of commercial and industrial would be their take of that levy. Then I had kind of a question about the 5 flags, since we're paying the deficit between their operating costs, what's the mechanism for the checks and balances for their internal numbers that, do we have a third party, or are they self-reporting, or what's?
So part of the private management contracts is they do have to have their financials audited. So we build that actually into our audit contract with our auditor, Malden and Jenkins, and they do an annual review of their financials. And then specifically to 5 flags, as part of their contract, I believe they establish a benchmark for them. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, it looks like I might need to review that agreement. I know it changed since OVG took it over, but everything is specified in their contract.
And then on the $5 million repayment in TIF loans, is that something we've done in the past? Is that
No, we have not. So a majority of the outstanding amount in Greater Downtown TIF is actually related to renovating the historic federal building, and we just had not repaid that internal loan to the general fund.
So do like the prior year's budget reflect that $5 million outstanding loan, or?
The budget wouldn't reflect it. Our certified TIF debt does to the state and the county auditor.
That's all I have.
Okay.
Ms. Weffel.
So on slide 42, you had addressed the general fund reserve balance and recommendations should we as a council decide to use reserves, and the suggestion that it would need to be non-recurring items. I thought maybe while you are here, if I don't want to steal it from the end of the night, but I also feel like it applies.
Go for it.
And we're at the end of the night. When we're talking about whether or not we as a council, since we asked for this information and we now have it, what dialogue we could have right now about people desiring to use the reserve fund or not use the reserve fund to lower the tax levy. So maybe go around and see what everybody says.
I think it's a good moment to do that, sure,
Okay.
absolutely. With Jenny here to be able to describe it a little bit more, yeah.
I have a question about that before you sit down. The non-recurring funds, and it's recommended if we were to do that, that we would use to pay non-recurring. And looks like it's 983 some thousand. Is that already covered by the TIF funds, or it is? So is there really any opportunity for us to apply that, say 300,000 to the budget? without using recurring items?
Okay, so
Do you
there's two different items coming from the repayment of the internal TIF loan. So there's the non-recurring, the amount you mentioned, which is off the top of my head, I think it's like 900 and some thousand. And then there is recurring improvement packages recommended coming from repayment of the internal loan from Greater Downtown TIF in '27. And since they're reoccurring, then the future amounts would come from the 25% reduction in Greater Downtown TIF revenue. So if you decided not to fund those recurring improvement packages, then yes, that would impact the tax levy.
So I guess I didn't ask my question. So is there an opportunity to use that 300,000 against these recurring items? Since we've already covered the, so thus far approved non-recurring items with the one-time TIF money. So if we use that 300,000, say, from the reserves, could we even apply it to these recurring items?
You would have a funding hole in 2028.
Okay, so it probably wouldn't be a good idea. Okay, that answers my question.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Mr. President.
Thank you. Well, I'm glad we got some information, but not all the information that I would like. I would like to know what are the formulas? Show me the numbers that you used to do 27%, even though we talked about a policy of 25%. It's now 27%. And if we use $300,000 to reduce the tax ask, is that reduce it to 26.9%? Or what is actual? I would like to see some more numbers. I think we got a good answer tonight that these are non-recurring. But I still haven't figured out or been told, how do we get this 27? What are the numbers being used? And how would that affect $300,000? How would it affect that 27% number? And knowing how much it will affect that number, do we want to say, well, considering that the council put 25% as the target, maybe this is a good year with all this financial mayhem going on around us. Maybe this is a good time to go from 27 to 26.9, if that's what the numbers are. Those are the type of things that I'm hoping that we cover when we're talking about it. So I don't think we should just lay this to rest yet. At least I'm not ready to say no, that we shouldn't consider that, because again, I need the information that I talk. So I'm glad, Mr. Mayor, that you gave me one of the first people to talk before everybody commits to saying, well, from what we learned, it's not recurring, so forget it. There's more to it than I'm hoping that we consider it further with further numbers. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
Jenny, please, Mike.
So, and we'll get you that information for Monday night. It's going to be, as the council directed last night, it's going to be on the agenda of the regular council meeting Monday night. But as we give you that information, it's important to appreciate that this idea of covering recurring expenses with non-recurring revenues, if it's 26.9% or 26.7%, it still will be a non-recurring revenue. And so I still would really encourage you to not use it for a recurring expense by reducing the tax levy with it.
So we'll have more information on Monday to have even fuller discussion about this than we are right now.
Right.
Okay, that's good to know. I think that's very helpful. And I think that kind of changes my thoughts a little bit about like getting too deep into it tonight, but happy to entertain any other comments or discussion. Yeah, Mr. Landecker.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. So I'm with Mr. Resnick here on, I think we're 4/7 of the way through the budgeting process here, so a little over halfway. But things I'd like to, if I could, talk about on Monday as well is, and I know probably should have brought this up on this past Monday, the council meeting, that stuff we went over, but I think there's still some dialogue or some questions I have on the greenhouse in terms of the math that was shared, in terms of should we look to outsource that or keep that in-house. I'm still, a little unclear on the Eagle Point Park study and the costs associated with that. And then, the one thing that I brought this up on Monday night is the Five Flags Arena. And I say arena because I'm separating that from the theater is, we keep seeing this reoccurring expense that's associated with it. And understand that number has doubled over the past 10 years. And I think we'd all say, hey, we need amenities like this in our community to make it a unique place to live and have these things from a quality of life standpoint. But is there a different way to do it than what we have been? I think that's the infrastructure is aged there. I know we've got a capital improvements budget plan for $2.75 million. And is that just a Band-Aid that we're putting on? And, but at the same time, I do understand those are all cuts on what would be reoccurring. Some two of the three are reoccurring. And then I brought up the whistleblower platform on HR. So that would be an add, right? To add that to the RHRIS system, assuming that can be done. I don't think that would be, I don't know, but I don't anticipate that to be real expensive. But I do think for a city of our size and the amount of employees we have, I do think that's something that we should definitely put focus on and take a deeper dive into here. So I don't think we'll have the answer by the end of the budget season, but that's something I do think it's worth looking closer at. So thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for mentioning those, Mr. Leindecker. And I think it's fair to say we can have this discussion about any of those things at any point in time. At some point, we need to decide if, as a council, we want to hold those for a separate discussion specifically, because you mentioned 4 different things there. That could be now or it could be later. But I think I would be content sitting with it and thinking about it a little bit, just to give it a little bit more time, as you mentioned, 4/7 of the way through. So, to have the time to think that through. But I appreciate those 4 things being added to the list there. Ms. Wethel, yeah.
Just in one thing that you brought up, Councilmember Leindecker, is with Five Flags. And I recall that when we were on this journey before, if you will, with Five Flags discussions some years back, one thing we even got down to the nuts and bolts on is, so if not Five Flags, then what? So privatizing it, well, that would be someone coming in and saying, we would love to buy your Five Flags Arena. We don't have those people knocking down our door. I had people tell me we should turn it into housing. I had people tell me we should just tear it down. So there has to be a discussion of alternative. If not this, then what? So, and I don't say that because I have an answer, but just as we have a conversation, that I think does also need to be a piece of it, because we own it. It's our asset and we're responsible for it. And so if we're not going to invest in it, then what would be the suggested recommendation? So I think taking it the step further has to be part of that discussion too. And I just remember it being a really difficult discussion when we had it, when I came on council as well. So.
Just to be clear, is it that one person can hold something to the end? Is that what we decided? I know it was like 4 people needed to decide it last year, and is that continued? So now look if 4 people don't want to hold the reserve fund for later and they change their mind for that, I'm up to, we can take a head count of that, as well as Mr. Leindecker's suggestions. Rather than one person, even if there's only me and 2 others, then we shouldn't hold it. So I'm open to these head counts on all of these issues anytime. I just wanted to make sure that I know how we're working now, and it's a fair way. So if we would like to take head counts, I don't object to any of that.
Yeah, thank you. I have a suggestion actually on. I like that we're putting this on the agenda for Monday night. to be able to have more information that's going to come from staff. They have some very specific things they can give us. I think it might be useful if, Mike and team, if there's any way you can, considering what Mr. Leindecker just brought up, more information on the greenhouse as that has become a discussion. You mentioned specifically the math of this. What the benefits and drawbacks, maybe a little more of a explanation than the memo we received already. Any other specific information on the Eagle Point Park study, and maybe Mr. Leindecker, if you could, potentially email a question to the city manager with some more specifics on that he could then share with the rest of us. We could talk about that on Monday. The Five Flags stuff, and then as far as the whistleblower edition, I would, I guess, need to understand that a lot more to understand what the implications of that are, if people are not covered by that now, by state and federal law, or how that would work. So what I'm saying is, what if we decided on Monday, Monday's the next sort of point where we decide whether we keep the reserves issue for separate discussion later or not, whether we talk about the greenhouse for separate discussion or not. Like Monday night, we make that decision together, and that's sort of a midpoint. Then we have 2 more budget hearings, and then the following week we have the final hearing. I think it would be a good spot for us to have a stopping point and say, all right, we're checking in, and if things fall off the list on Monday, they're probably not coming back, is what I would say. But if they get put on the list on Monday, we know that they're probably going to carry through to the following Tuesday when we have our final budget hearing. Tell me if I made sense there and if that works for everybody. Okay. All right. I also think it would be a fair, and it's a good check-in time just because we've got so much more information now than we had when we first started this discussion. I think it could be useful for that. Mike, does that work for you?
Well, it works for me, but could you just give me the list so I'm clear on what I'm supposed to have information on Monday?
Yep. So the 4 things that Mr. Leindecker just mentioned, so the greenhouse, Eagle Point Park study, and you're referring to the study of the historic structures, the Alfred Caldwell structures?
Well, that's a good question. I am referring to that study, I believe, the study that was identified in the budget.
The master plan for
the
Eagle Point Park.
The master plan.
Yes.
Okay.
Completed, yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I was confused there. So the master plan study there for Eagle Point Park. Five Flags. I guess I'm not sure what other information you would provide us on there. I think we have the information on Five Flags. We just need to have a larger discussion on it. As far as the addition of a whistleblower type of program, I'm not certain what would be useful.
I think that was reference to the HRS software, if it had a module that was a whistleblower module. I think that's what you were asking?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah, so we'll find out if it has a whistleblower. I don't know if it does.
Perfect. And then the last 2 that we have currently, that we actually have agreed to hold for separate discussion so far is the reserves policy, and specifically the fiscal year 27 amount that we're holding in reserves right now. And then projection calculations was the other. And basically how, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Leindecker, but how we make those calculations and project out things that are essentially estimates for the next year. Is that kind of what you're asking about?
Correct. Yep.
Anything specific to that, or any specific projections that we were thinking of? Oh,
Sorry, go ahead, Jennifer, ask a question.
Asking for clarification. Specific fund, so enterprise funds, general fund?
I think anything, so I think it was brought up it was the first budget hearing that we talked about. It was, should we be taking into account projected items? And if we are, how are we currently doing that? So I think it's more of a broader discussion in a way, but it would be helpful in that discussion to know, are we currently doing anything we're obviously projecting out some things. I think the comment that was brought up by Mr. Resnick, which I've been thinking a lot about, is the concern about these additional residential units and what is that going to generate from a housing demand standpoint, and new residents coming to Dubuque and new utility billings and things of that nature. And, it's tough to forecast that, right? Because we don't know if that's going to be relocations within the city of Dubuque. But I would say, to that same extent, if we knew that we were going to lose, 100 residents, 1,000 residents because of job relocation or whatever it might be, right? I don't know what it is. we would probably want to take that into account in a budgeting process to some extent, somehow, some way. So you know, flip that on its head and say, okay, well, if we have these residents, what do we think is going to happen? And I'm not saying I don't know what we should do, but I think we should just have the discussion on it to say, how do we want to look at this as a budget process?
So my interpretation of that does relate to the enterprise fund. So the growth in the number of living units, so that's more people that would have a water bill, more people that would have a sanitary sewer bill, more people that would have a stormwater bill, maybe a refuse collection bill if they're not in an apartment building. I think that's what you're talking about?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so we'll try and look at some historical data and what kind of apartments we think are coming online to see if we can come up with something related to that. I think you did a good job of describing about how difficult that is, because I don't know if somebody, you know, two people are living together now and there's a new apartment and one of them moves into the new apartment, or, you know, they relocate from their existing unit to some other unit in town. Yeah, so we'll try and give you some information to see if it can create a discussion around the issue. And I think it was, if I remember, it was Chris who had brought it up originally.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. All right. All right, so that clarifies some things of next steps for the.
So I did have one question.
Yep.
So we had talked along the way about having further discussions about the administrative overhead. Now, there have been further discussions at this table about that since then. So is that still something that needs to have further discussions this year?
There's actually my next question that I was just going to ask since we just talked about it. So, Jenny, it's going to be a question for you again. You had a slide about this, and it said something to the effect of searching for greater equity in the process. I guess my question is, Mike has pointed out there's several ways we could do this differently. Why did we choose this way from a finance perspective? Okay, so Mike has explained his reason for choosing it, because it's one of the options of many, and we've chosen this way because it seems like the best way for us. If we were to strive for better equity in the process, what would that look like?
So let me talk more about the process of striving for greater equity. Is we would examine, what do other cities do? Why do they do it that way? What are other options? And I mentioned some of them, you know, by number of employees, by size of payroll, that kind of thing. And if we did it that way, what would be the funding mix then? It wouldn't be every utility's paying even. They'd all pay something different. And then we would tell you, okay, if you change to this system, it would mean refuse, instead of paying, I'll make up numbers, paying $1 million, would pay $400,000. And sanitary sewer, instead of paying $1 million, would pay $1.5 million. And then we'd tell you, okay, now, so what impact would that have on the refuse rate? What impact would that have on the sanitary sewer rate? And we would do that for each option. Like, one option is the number of employees they have. One option is the size of their payroll, that sort of thing. And then you'd look at the way we do it now. You'd say, you know what, we really think the way we do it now, it would be more fair if we did it this way, whichever one of the other choices you picked. So then, let's say that's what the council decided. Then we'd say, okay, now we have to have an implementation strategy, because of course we're not going to do that in 1 year, because you want to raise the sewer rate to generate another $500,000 and drop the sanitary sewer rate so they pay $500,000 less, when, guess what? They're not all the same payers. You know, for instance, we don't collect any commercial refuse, but all the commercial business and industrial business pay a sewer rate. And we don't collect apartment buildings refuse, but they all pay a sewer rate. So you'll be what I just described, you'd be transferring a lot of the cost to commercial and industrial customers. You know, would you want to do that in one fell swoop? Or would you say, okay, we're changing the system over the next 5 years, let's do 20% of the change. And so by the end of 5 years, it'll be 100% changed. And yes, we get Commercial industrial will pay more, but at least they'll have time to get there. So the reason I describe that, which I think can be extremely complicated and quite frankly, take a lot of research on staff parts, is that's not happening in the next 10 days. So, if the council directs that, hey, for next year's budget, we want all this analysis to have taken place, us to have had a discussion about it before you create your budget recommendation, so that we can make a decision on what we think the best system is and what the best implementation strategy is. So in next year's budget recommendation, that's in there. So
Yeah, which, I personally, there's two things. One, I'm not fully convinced that there's anything wrong with the way we're doing it. I have not been convinced of that as of yet. The second thing is, if we're going to direct you to do something like that, it sure feels like a much bigger decision than a decision that we just say, this week, hey, let's just do that. It seems to me like something that needs to have some real thought put into it and something that we need to be careful about, which would require us to either, put it on an agenda as an entirely separate item sometime in the next few months, or ideally prioritize it as something that we want to prioritize. It's one of our goals and priorities, and we set in motion the research and the things that have to take place to be able to get it done. So
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I can tell you that's your standard practice over the last 30 years.
Yeah.
Is on a big thing like this, you wait until the goal setting and priority setting and you decide, okay, we got 100 things we got to consider our priority that are going to take staff time and money to do. Is that one of them? And if it is, of course, we're going to do it. But if you're like, yeah, I'd like to do that, but I'd really like to do this more.
Yeah. That would be my suggestion too, is that we do that. Mr. Landecker?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I agree with you on, I don't know if there's anything wrong with the way we're doing it, that's for sure. I will say, if we do decide to look into it, maybe an initial step that, I don't know, I would hope this wouldn't take too long, just understand what other cities are doing and how they're doing it. But as it relates to that, the one thing that I think there's still some it's unclear on how to look at this or how to understand the data is, to Mr. McDonald's point in his last comment about the recharge to HR at 78%, and then the rest of the departments get the other 22%. If we're doing just simple math, if you do a flat rate, it seems like it would be even across all the departments. And so I think that's where there's maybe some misunderstanding about how that actual math gets completed. So in that chart that's out there, that might answer it. And maybe it's just taking some time to just go through that with everyone. So
the chart that was referred to earlier is what you're saying. Yeah. Yep. And that's in the residence guide, right, Jenny? Is that where, no, it's something that you're going to send to us.
So the place that administrative overhead is mentioned is the budget and fiscal policy guidelines that was adopted. So it kind of walks through the history and the percentage split. But I did provide the calculation worksheet that was referred to tonight. It was attached to a previous budget meeting, but I can resend it for this coming Monday.
Could you please? I think that would be useful in this discussion.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Spring?
About trying to reinvent the wheel. Finance has been dealing with things for nearly 5 years, you've said. I don't want them to keep reinventing the wheel. I don't want it to become a goal and a priority, where we did push a few years ago, making our staff do a lot of things like re-implement, like changing the pay structure. That was very important. But to keep making finance, who's been trying to reinvent their wheel with new programming and more work added onto them, I'm not in favor of turning it into a goal or a priority anytime soon, where we have to keep asking them to be reinvent the wheel when the wheel is there. Some folks just need to read the information. So Thank you.
Well, what I'm hearing, I think, is a couple things that I think we can put this to rest for the moment, is that there is some information that we can get that could teach us some more and we can understand this better, and hopefully that, help to share with the public and help everybody understand it better. And I do think that I'm getting a sense that if we're going to change something this big, we got to do it as a goal and priority, which is a discussion for another time. We talk about it in August or September, whenever we schedule those times. So I think we do that. Well, we're going to get out of here before 11, as Clark said. So let me just close with this. There have been some. I've heard discussion at times, and I think this is just because there's a general mistrust about government in our society currently. And I hear a lot of things like we're hiding money or we're lining our own pockets, which I don't even know what the mechanism of that would look like for a person who gets paid what we get paid at this desk. But I've heard things like that, and I've heard, it's a shell game, you're moving money around. I just want to be really clear about something after this presentation, and I appreciated the input that, this was a really clear presentation and it told us a lot. But there's a few things that are just fact here, and we've maintained a very low property tax rate compared to other places in Iowa. We've pulled that off. We've got some extra mechanisms to be able to do that. It's nice that we've had the DRA since 1985. Those things are really helpful. But we have maintained a very low property tax rate. We have very low debt right now. It's just really low debt right now compared to other places. And we've used heavy debt in times when we had to build the Water Resource Recovery Center before most of our times on this council, except for probably one of us. But that was a time when we had to do that. We used it wisely, I think, or the city used it wisely at the time, and now we're keeping our debt pretty low. There is a clear connection between the rates that we are suggesting in the enterprise funds and the costs associated with those increased rates. There's a really clear connection. It's been described to us by all those those departments as they came before us. There's a lot of work to do, and that's what we've had to do. Mr. Sprank, I think you were really good about pointing out a couple of things. We've had clean audits for 5 years. We have a AA2 rating, which doesn't just happen. Moody's is a very serious rating agency. They're going to look very carefully at things. So we've got a really clear, really good bond rating. And we've won awards every single year for the way we present this budget and the way that this budget is organized. I just want people to recognize that there is some highly professional work going on in the Finance and Budget Department. And we are, not only do we recognize it internally, but it's recognized externally by other organizations that say that. And I want people to, what I hope happens is that as residents come to us and they think about this budget and they think about the money that they spend on what the government services are that they're going to receive, that they come with more of a sense of curiosity and a desire for understanding about what we're trying to do, because we are telling the full story here as we go through this process, and we want people to understand it. We want them to know what they're getting, and I think they're getting a lot for their money in this city. I think they've been getting a lot for their money in this city for a long time. Do we make mistakes? Absolutely, we make mistakes. Do we make decisions that we look back on and wish we hadn't made those decisions? I can tell you with 100% certainty, yes, that does happen. But it doesn't mean that we haven't learned from those things. And it doesn't mean that we did those things because we were trying to be mean and just use money on, in poor ways. We're trying to create this place that everybody wants to be in, and a city that we all love because we want to serve this city. But we want everybody to love it as much as we do and be able to enjoy it in the best way possible. So as we go through this process, I hope we can all give each other some grace to make sure that we're learning all we need to learn, making the best decision we possibly can with the information we have in front of us right now, and believe in our intentions. Just believe in each other's intentions to do good and be good, because I think a lot of people are intending to do good and be good, and I hope that everybody can get to that place too. So thank you for the presentation, Jenny. I do think it was very, very clear and helpful, and Chris, your part as well, and all the work that you do. We really appreciate it. So, and you don't even get to escape. You have to come every single night. So you're going to be here again tomorrow when we come back with the rest of us. All right. Thanks for a great discussion tonight, everybody. We have no further business tonight, so we'll see you tomorrow, and we are adjourned.